Hello there. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Hi. Ooh, for the current event in Fate, you can't play it because of your progress in the main story. Oh, I know the feels. I had to rush so much to play the Oniland event. It was kind of painful. I just sped through the story as one does, but then I made it in the end, but oh, it was so painful. I understand the feels. Ooh, hello. Surprisingly, I did get Ling. She came home on my 38th summon? But Lee says no to me. But you know who did come home too? I also got Dusk. Surprisingly, she said yes, but Lee said no. Mr. Lee said no to me. I don't know why. He's being mean, but it's okay. One day he'll love me. I also bought Dusk her outfit and Silver Ash his outfit because, you know, they look great. Gotta get that drip. Wow, did you get Ling on your 69th summon? That is epic. And let's see, when in doubt, Thorns out. Boop. You got 3 Lings and no Lee? I wonder if I'll get another Ling. I'm just seriously surprised though that Dusk came home. Or heck, maybe I'll get the family? Maybe I'll get Nyan too? I do want Lee. Mr. Lee, you know you wanna come to my Rhodes Island. This isn't it. If things are really so simple, then I would find myself worried about Mr. Liang's eye for talent. Mr. Zhang, do we know anything about the visitor from Lungmen yet? He's an old friend of Liang Xun's. Anything special about him? We have a few unclear leads, but I can at least guarantee that this affair has nothing to do with Lord Wei. That's my father's greatest worry taken care of. True though. Considering the sort of methods that Lord Wei of Lungmen usually employs, if he were involved, we wouldn't be sitting here enjoying tea right now. I've heard many anecdotes about him over the years. It's a shame that I've never had the chance to visit Lungmen to see his exploits with my own eyes. I'm surprised that you'd shown such a keen interest in someone like him. I walked the world of kung fu in my younger years, and I've heard he's fine swordsman, that's all. I see. It's true that he's a swordsman. As for his swordsmanship, though, all I know is rumors. In any case, we can assume it was Mr. Liang himself who chose to involve the Lungmenite? Undoubtedly. He is the only remaining variable, and also Mr. Liang's only trump card. Mr. Liang should have been on our side. The man he chose should not have tried to deceive me either. It was an illogical move. My memory's pretty decent for the events. Pretty decent-ish. Mr. Liang doesn't have much of a choice himself. If only... no, it wouldn't have mattered. Isn't her presence in Changshu the reason everything has gotten so out of hand? The 3 mounts and 17 peaks, a place graced by the presence of a deity. In eras past, Changshu was a place where many dreamed, not only people but all inanimate things. As the saying goes, all things in the world can be deified with souls, and all words in the realm can be summarized in a sigh. According to legend, a millennium ago, the Yanese towns were scattered all over the country. It was only when our Shangshu forebears all collectively saw the same dream that they chose to settle down on these lands. The legends of Shangshu have always been so magnificent. Outsiders may see it as mere legend, but to the locals, it is history. The operator from the medical company, Cruz, was it? If it wasn't for your help, she would likely have caught up to me. You have my thanks, Mr. Zhang. You once saved my daughter from having her hot-headedness lead to disaster. It is only natural for me to come to your aid. Wow, I wonder what he saved our nice cat girl from. Since this dude saved the daughter from her hot-headedness, I wonder what happened. Ooh, hello, hello. At the end of the day, Rhodes Island is an unknown. What do you think, innkeeper? They are not a part of the game. Haha, well, joke's on you, Mr. Innkeeper. I'ma help your daughter prank you. They are nonetheless standing very close to the table. I rarely see young a woman with such fine techniques, though. Seeing her chase after you gave me a good idea in her abilities. And what's your assessment? She may be young, but she's a battle-hardened veteran. Oh? Did you arrive at the conclusion as Zhang the innkeeper, or Zhang Qingyue, the asker to the frost? Both. Wow, what an edgy title. You haven't once looked away from that fake cup. I'm only reminiscing about the goblet's original form. When we crossed that wilderness all those years ago, we ran into a group of bandits. None of them spoke Yanese, and we hadn't the slightest idea where they came from. They blew up the caravan and tried to steal our wares, though our escort association colleagues stopped them. Still, there were far too many, all obsessed with our wares, and they followed us for 200 li. It was raining, visibility was low, and there was nary a light in sight. The bandits who knew the terrain much better followed us like shadows. We were afraid to counterattack, lest they have some kind of underhanded trick up their sleeves. We were too afraid to run either, lest we couldn't shake them. From what I heard, the Sui regulator once secretly commissioned the renowned Xingyu Escort Association to transport an item, only for it to be lost in an accident en route. That was my fault. I'm afraid I'm not very good with comforting words, Mr. Zhang. I simply never expected that the next time I met a crossbowman of such horrifying prowess would be in my hometown, in the dead center of the city, under a well-lit night, all for the same goblet. I truly cannot begin to explain how I feel. How did you escape then, Mr. Zhang? When do you mean? Oh, the incidents you were just talking about, of course. My father always tells me that I am still young and inexperienced, and should learn from my elders. If you would continue to share your story with me, I'll gladly listen. Luck was on my side that night. 2 of my men were hurt. Good men. Neither of them made it. The association's rule is to save the goods, then the men. We all knew the risks when we joined the business. But with the injured dead and the goods threatened, that actually freed us to do as we pleased. It was pouring that night. Helped to wash the blood off our blades. Yo, how's my event shop? Pretty good, actually. I bought a decent amount of stuff. So, you just need me to find the cup's owner? Correct. By owner, you mean A buyer or a collector? Not quite. It would be much simpler. It would be a much simpler matter if that were the case. That's strange. This cup was shockingly cheap, but according to the black market appraisal I stole from the smugglers, it seems it's an actual antique, through and through. Who's the man of the hour then? I don't know their name, nor anything else really. Their gender, their race, their age. Well, where am I supposed to start then? Are you even sure they're in Changshu? That much is certain, and only that. Ooh, hello. How do you know? Suppose our friend decides to take a trip. Wouldn't that make this a huge waste of time? No, they're in Changshu. I can guarantee you that. If they had left Changshu, I would have been notified. Strange. So you can monitor them, but you can't locate them? That's right. Are they some kind of monster or enlightened deity? You'll know what I mean once you see them. So they must leave some kind of indication that they're here. Is this the kind of funny business government officials have to deal with these days? Fine, I won't probe any further if you don't want to tell me. It's just, that's not much of a lead in a town this big. They're most likely hiding in one of the 3 mounts. How do you figure? Our friend is unpredictable, but every once in a while they show up at the mountainside liquor shops to buy alcohol, with no regularity whatsoever. But they've never come down to the valleys, nor have they ever appeared in the nomadic cities. In which case, they're most likely somewhere in the mountains. Ooh, you got a lancer that has a long green hair wearing a white yukata? Is it Kiyohime? If you got Kiyohime Lancer, oh, I'm so jealous. I wanted her, but she told me no, she didn't let me summon her. And I was so salty. If you got her, nice. I like Kiyohime, she's a fun character. But man, I wanted her to be nice. I wanted her to come to my Chaldea, but no. Take care of her. Take care of her. Very well then. The 3 mounts and 17 peaks it is. Sounds like a fun trip. Legend has it that our friend is an appreciator of fine weather and scenery, and they enjoy lounging in pavilions and writing poetry all the more. Wait. A male? Yo, wait. 3-star male with long green hair. Oh, did you get Enkidu? Yo, if you got Enkidu, that is amazing. I like Enkidu also. He's very, very powerful. And he can heal himself so much. I love how he can basically just take care of himself during fights. Especially since I haven't really raised an actual healer. I mean, Merlin's a decent healer, kind of-ish. Not really, but... You know, I go for power. I have problems. I think I have problems. Legend, huh? It is more than a mere legend, actually. So you're familiar with them? Not exactly. In the end, you may just have to try your luck, troublesome as it sounds. Do we have a deadline? I'd appreciate it if you take care of this as soon as possible. As you can tell, a few too many people are already mixed up in this affair. The longer it continues, the greater the chance it will get even more out of hand. As for the cup, seeing as someone has their eyes on it, we should keep it in the safety of my estate. Liang Shun, I don't know how safe it'd be in your estate considering someone tried to steal it earlier. I remember that, when our boy Li was sleeping. Amazing, Mr. Liang. First you had me bring it to you across thousands of li, then you want me to find its owner, and now you won't even let me hold it? Ooh, hello. You're really putting me in quite a bind. Perhaps next time you'll arrange for me to help you from the comfort of Lungmen. This is a sign of my trust in you. It's true, though, that if someone has their eyes on it, then keeping it on my person is asking for trouble. As for the Xing Yuan, we're investigating it. Be careful on your way. If you need help, I can arrange for someone to accompany you. No need. A bodyguard tagging along would just make me stand out. It's trouble, and you know it. Are you certain you'll be fine on your own, though? Sure. As long as you aren't hiding anything else from me. I'm looking for someone, not investigating a scary smuggler ring in Lungmen. How much trouble can it be? At least talk to Master Shen. As a veteran boatman, he can help you get anywhere in Shangshu. Very well. Incidentally, is there a Zuanjiang peak among Shangshu's 3 mounts and 17 peaks? I mean, I consider Enkidu good, though I also want Kama because of her design too. I love her illustrator's art. So I want her just because of that. I don't even know how often I even use Kama, but I just want her for her artist. My great motivation, right? How stubborn are you? Wait. Wow, Miss Dew. I mean, how stubborn are you, bitch? Well, you're the only lead I've got. Not letting you go. You're all alone with no lackeys. And are you sure you want to start a fight in a bustling part of a town like this? Humph. How much did that thief from Lungmen pay you to cover him like this? I don't know how things got to this point, but Mr. Lee is one of our most important partners. Partners? Business then. And you believe him, just like that? You sure he's not swindling you? I trust Rhodes Island, so I trust him. Simple as that. How many pulls did I do for Ling? Ling came home in 38 pulls. Surprisingly. But Mr. Lee is telling me no, and I'm peeved a little bit. Mr. Lee, come on, Mr. Lee. Oh? Seems we won't be coming to an agreement then. Looks like. But Innkeeper Zhang also said not to get you any more mixed up in this than you already are. Oh, judging by your reaction, Mr. Lee got it right then? You're in this with the innkeeper? You playing me for a fool, are you? You're just some shady girl from who knows where. How dare you make a fool of me? Fine. I'll make sure you pay for this. So, we're doing this for real, huh? Alright, I've actually got a few things to ask you. Nothing to do with Mr. Lee, but still. Regarding Miss Dew, she may be my daughter, but I'm ashamed to say she is still very immature. No, she's your family. I am in no position to meddle in your household affairs. How many inns and restaurants have you opened here in your town? Ho ho! I've spent my life savings on this business. Fortunately, my old pals take care of me these days. The connections I made over the years finally came in handy. Well, it takes connections to survive in this business, of course. In the end, it's all down to how capable you are. Being a businessman is another thing entirely. It takes skills to create a business, but connections to build it up.
No doubt you are already well aware of that though.
Not at all. My father always tells me what youngsters like me lack isn't persistence or conviction. It's an understanding of everything that surrounds us. Wise words indeed. Wise words indeed. Being holed up in a castle in the clouds is no way to live. Still, General Zuo was a good fighter. But it doesn't matter what your father thinks. What is truly important is what you think. Yes, of course I got Dusk her outfit. It was pretty. And I'm also debating buying outfits for people I don't even have because they look cute, but at the same time I'm like, should I really do that? I mean, I might never ever get them.
Don't worry about that too much. When you are young, there is no shame in letting your frustration, curiosity, or anger get the better of you. On the contrary, young man, you don't want to lose your edge too early. Thank you for your advice. My advice wasn't just for you. It may sound simple, but it is no simple matter. I had to hear it for myself all the same. My daughter, what a headache she is.
Ha! Nice moves. Spare me the act. It didn't even connect. How come you're like a whole different person when you're fighting? My mate, Mr. Nothing, is like that too. Are all of you Eunice like that? I don't want to hurt anyone, that's all. You called us thieves, didn't you? Aren't you going a little too easy on a thief?
Save it.
That's not going to fly this time. Heh. How about we stop beating around the bush then? Sure thing. I'm all for it. Gotta warn you though, I'm not exactly speaking for Mr. Lee here. Doesn't matter. Neither you nor that con man are the honest sort. The sooner we get this conversation over with, the better. True. A lot of the characters a lot of the 6 stars I summon in Arknights have a similar color palette to me, which I appreciate that. Birds of a feather flock together after all. And all, thank you. Who did you say you were again? Codename Cruz, an operator currently on deployment from Rhodes Island. So, Mr. Nothing is that guy's codename? Something like that. He's not quite on the job just yet, though. You work behind fake names, hiding knives beneath your smiles. What a sketchy lot. Whoa, never heard that one before. Someone hired us to take the cup back from the Lungmanite. Yanis is a tricky language, and I can't say I've had time to master it. But wouldn't you say using the phrase, take back, here is a little too convenient? I understand, Cruz. I understand. Yanis language is difficult. Yeah, a lot of Asian languages are difficult. I'm having problems learning, I'm not gonna lie to you, Cruz. I understand. I trust Mr. Lee. If you really had a grievance, or if this were all a misunderstanding, did it really have to come to blows? This is the Eunice heartland, not Siracusa or Bolivar. Violence won't get you anywhere. Yo! I wonder how people sign up to do voiceovers for games, because I would definitely sign up for those. I'd be like, I'll work for the character. Let me summon them and I'll work. You don't have to pay me, I just want the character. Based on my gacha luck, it's sometimes questionable. And thank you. I have my reasons to open with hostilities instead of courtesies. That said, do you seriously not know anything? Oh, so now I'm the one who's getting played for a fool, huh? If you really don't know, you'd best stay out of this and dig no further. I have already spoken with the Lungmanite. If you insist on sticking your nose into this, you'll ruin it for everyone. Well, aren't you a righteous one? What we are doing is righteous. Naturally, our reasons are righteous too. Now that I've told you this much, I might as well make this clear, whether you believe me or not. I didn't rob the Liang estate. But you know who did. Perhaps. You say you've already talked to Mr. Lee. So how about a truce? Can you give us an explanation we'd accept? An explanation? You said the Lungman Knight was hired by Magistrate Liang to deliver a goblet from Lungmen. So the one who hired the escort association could be someone even Liang Shun is afraid to offend. What? It is beyond complicated. Don't count on me to explain it to you.
Miss Du.
I like how all of Miss Du's lackeys, all of her boys kind of look like punks. Oh hey, Mr. Nothing.
Benefactor, are you alright? You punk. You here to get in our way too? I haven't even said anything yet.
Oof, poor Mr. Nothing. He's already called suspicious.
Get him, boys.
Humph. That's enough chit-chat for one night. Excuse me. Get out of here. Stop badgering that guy already.
Alright.
Poor Mr. Nothing. He just got attacked for nothing. Oof. Big oof.
Hey, first you say you'll come get me, and now you don't? Must you always give me such trouble?
Hold on. You ain't half bad, and you know how to listen. So I'll leave you with a piece of advice. The mountain rapids are turbulent and steep. Stay out of this.
Benefactor?
It's fine. Don't worry. I was originally raising Ling, but then I kind of want to raise Dusk because wasn't she an AoE caster? And, you know, those are always nice. I mean, I do have my lovely Mostima pretty much raised, but, you know, Dusk is a cutie. Plus, I bought her an outfit, so I kind of have to use her to show it off, right?
Miss Du, are you okay? Aren't those two working with the Lungmanites? Why don't we just tell them the truth?
I know what I'm doing.
Oh.
Old Man Zhang wants to dump this on us. Well, that's not going to happen. I've got to deal with the Lungmanite. The old banner has flown long enough. It's time to switch it out for a new one. Yo! You put me on the class TV. Hey, everyone! I feel proud. I feel super proud. Hey there. Hello, class. Let us learn about Arknights together. But man, if I was an operator, I'm not sure what kind of codename I'd want. There's so many decisions. Yeah, a lot of them have fun names. So it's really difficult to choose. And ooh, okay, there's people coming from this side already, but nah, I'm not gonna block that side off just yet. I'll let him go through the stairs. Oh, this is kind of gonna get annoying because I remember you have to hit the enemies, what is it, 3 times after they become little tiny versions of themselves? Oh no, 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 Misaki. Oh, that'd be the... You know? Actually, that's a decent code name, not gonna lie. Very sus, but it's okay. And oof, I just realized how badly my boy is suffering. Like, sorry, my dude. Also, what was that thing? I wasn't paying attention to what it said about it. Yo, that is tanky. Is that a peacock? It's also very pretty. No, you're kind of reminding me that summer break is almost over. And oof, that one almost got through. Uh-oh, they're kind of getting through. This is not good. Well, let's see. How am I gonna do this? You know, right there. Good. Kind of-ish. Let me see. I'm just gonna put her here. You know, more defense is always good, kind of. I think, maybe. Or actually, no. I don't need that much defense. I got this. La Pluma's always... Or La Pluma's good to this event? Man, I didn't raise her. My Rhodes Island is always running low on LMD. And I'm just giving it all to the ones I love. Did anyone get through? I wasn't paying attention. Uh-oh. Did I get a 3-star? Midday. The skies are clear, as though the heavy rains the night before had been nothing but a lie. The second tallest of Shangshu's 3 mounts is Mount Juchi. Juchi is home to only 2 of the 17 peaks, the lesser of which is Nini Peak. There are 2,222 steps leading up to Nini Peak. While this may seem like a fascinating coincidence, additional steps were added specifically for the gimmick. The steps lead heavenward, through the clouds. The higher you get, the fewer visitors can be found. A lush green mountain, rarely ever trodden by footsteps. A few men can be seen here and there. All of them appear to be pole carriers at first glance. Oh yeah. Do you know if any of those tickets are worth buying in the shop right now? You know those I think it was like $25 tickets to guarantee getting a 6-star? I know there was 3 different types. Do you know if those ones are worth getting? Because I'm debating. I get paid on Friday, so I'm just thinking to myself. How much do I want to put aside for food, and how much do I want to put aside for other stuff? I gotta think. I don't think I put any modules on anyone. And ooh, my door opened. Sorry, my dad was talking to me about food. If you're wondering what's for dinner, we're gonna have steamed fish, specifically barracuda. And the seasoning is garlic, ginger, shoyu, mirin, and I think that's it. I'm not sure. He just listed a bunch of ingredients, and that's the main ones I remembered. Oh wait, chives? Or was it green onions? Either way. Ooh, do I have cert? No. And is there a particular someone I want to get? You know, I kind of want to try for of course I want to try for a Neural, because the Neural family decided to say no to me, but I feel like I might get another Kaltsit or Mizuki, which I wouldn't actually mind. But yeah. Oh, nice! Your professor lifted your suspension. Good, good. Thank you, Professor. Thank you. Ooh, getting Kyobi would be cute, actually. Yo, your professor played Arknights? Your professor's cool. Man, I want a professor that plays games. That is a new goal of mine.
There is no Mount Tien, but truly, what a fine summit. How do you suppose they built a tea house up here in the mountains when the roads aren't so much as paved?
By hand. How else? On our way up here, we saw a pole carrier walking down the mountain, didn't we? They do this every day, carrying anything from foodstuffs to bricks up from the base of the mountain. Yo, does your professor still play Arknights? I want to add your professor. If your professor has thorns, even better. I will always use thorns. Ooh, you know, I do have lots of biscuits. I could offer Kyobi some biscuits and maybe that can be a nice summoning catalyst. Would anyone like steamed barracuda? Because if I can summon them that way, I'll offer them my dinner. They can have some steamed barracuda. It's fresh. My uncle just caught the barracuda.
Can't they build a ropeway for some cable cars or something?
Wait, you taught university physics once and played Arknights? You were that professor? Wow. Wow, that is seriously goals. Man, I hope one day I have a cool professor, you know? Once classes start, I'm gonna ask everyone. Or, you know, when they do those... Or I'm assuming they're gonna have those, you know, first day of class, everyone introduce yourself thing? Or... maybe they don't do that, I don't know. But if they do that, I'm just gonna be like, hello everyone. Like, my name is Misaki, and I love gacha games. And just see if anyone else goes, ooh, gacha games? What's a... like, which gacha games? Just to see. First, they need a plot of land to build it on, wouldn't they?
Right. Not that I know the first thing about building ropeways. Those guys really are amazing, though. They probably rake in quite a bit of dough, don't they?
Not until recently. I saw in the news not too long ago that the Shangshu magistrate thinks very highly of the coolies. The government's even footing the bill for the tea house's tea.
Pardon? Excuse me.
Oh, and she said pole carrier. She did mean pole carrier. That looks like bamboo. Or at least it looks like the bamboo I've seen. Because sometimes I get bamboo at home because we eat bamboo shoots. Occasionally, like an uncle will drop some off. I get all sorts of food just because they drop things off.
Noon tea. You got it, Master Shang.
Wait, what the heck? You have a female professor that plays Arknights and they're a Leviathan? That is amazing! That is seriously amazing. Does she have every character then?
Haven't seen you for a couple days. How have you been? Same old. What were you up to? Saw my son. Oh, it's that time again. I'd forgotten. If you told me sooner, we could have gone together. Don't worry about it. He likes it quiet. It's been years now. I'm only saying this because we know each other so well. And I mean no disrespect, but, well...
120 all operators, pot 6? What? That is amazing! I wonder if she's also super lucky, because if she's also super lucky, then gosh darn it. I want to gain that kind of like S tier luck.
We can't be stuck in the past. You speaking for Zheng, Qingyue? Come on, you know he personally invested in all the tea houses here. You're on his payroll. You speak for him, no offense taken. That's half of my own opinion too. Half offended then. It's been years already, just hear me out.
And true for 6 stars, I think my best is also potential 2, aka my Mudrock. Because Mudrock likes me and I like Mudrock, so it works out. Maybe Mudrock will be my first potential 6. Maybe. Because she's the reason why I played in the first place. So it would make sense.
Have some tea and think it through. Isn't that the man we saw go down the mountain earlier?
I think so. It hasn't been that long, has it? He's back already? Ooh, hello. Greetings. He and his buddies must have some kind of relay system, so he only has to go down halfway. That's the only plausible explanation. Tea house tourists, that man is just built different, you know? Some people are just super duper speedy and fit, so, you know, maybe he doesn't have a relay. He could just be super buff, super fast. I've seen people speed through stuff. No good. Can't get through to him. There's no response, which means Nian and Dusk aren't in Changshu yet. They might not be following the mission directives. Wow, on the debut banner of Dusk, you put at least 250 times? And you didn't get her? Oh, that hurts so much. Wow. Ouch. I will raise my Dusk in your honor.
Benefactor.
Yeah. I know what you're about to say.
I'm hardly a clever man, and I certainly can't claim to remember everything else. Everything I see. But if my eyes did not deceive me, the case that Mr. Li handed to Mr. Liang carried the same pattern as the trinket that Nian had.
Must have something to do with them suddenly breaking off from the team.
What should we do?
Well, I kind of saw this coming too. Wow, 89 pulls in total on her debut, and you got potential 6? Dusk? That is amazing! Wow, did you get multiples in like some of those 10 pulls? Assuming you were doing multi-pulls? That is so amazing. Wow! I talked to Lava, you see. Asked her to contact the operators near Changshu and have them come wait, oopsies. Staring at my door real quick. It was moving a little bit, but no one's entering my room. Good. Sometimes my door just moves on its own. But I blame it being an old house. Understandable for like a 60-plus-year-old house.
Things turn on and off on their own, doors move on their own.
That's just an old house thing. When a house is old enough, it gains sentience. That's what I'm thinking. I talked to Lava, you see. Asked her to contact the operators near Shangshu and have them come get us as soon as she made it to the office.
Oh? So you came prepared?
Nyan was acting awfully dodgy the whole way. I figured she was up to something.
Are you suggesting we stay here for the time being then?
We bumped into Mr. Lee. Naturally, we have to help him. It's in the contract and everything. Man, getting sponsored would be epic. I wish.
I see. You'll handle this fairly and impartially, while remaining vigilant and conscientious. You continue to command my utmost respect, benefactor.
But Mr. Lee's a smart man. He never bothered requesting Rhodes Island's assistance ever since we ran into him at the inn. Maybe he's been trying to tell us not to get involved. If this really does have to do with Nyan, though, not to mention Taihei and Zuole. Anyway, we'll check out the rendezvous point when the time comes. Nyan's probably gonna be a no-show, but Dusk isn't that kind of girl. We might see her there. Do you know if I can summon Nyan right now? Because I'm wondering if she'll come home too. I'm surprised that I got Dusk and Ling. Ling came home on 38 pools. Dusk came home, I think, around the 70th, which was surprising too. I'm like, whoa, she actually likes me? Like, that was amazing. So maybe Nyan will come home, but then again, I mainly summon people with a similar color pattern to me, and Nyan isn't that similar, so if she doesn't want to come home, I understand. I kind of understand. Oh, Nyan is in the banner too? Ooh, there's potential. I wonder who'll come home faster, Nyan or Mr. Lee? I think I'm at 100 pulls for now. I did buy 2 of those packs. Yeah, I got like 2 of those packs, the ones with the that are 15 days left. And I'm still debating if I want to get those other tickets, the guaranteed 6-star ones. I'm just thinking. I gotta think. I have 15 days. Think.
Right. Dusk is likely to drop a hint or 2 at least.
No matter how I slice it, though, sometimes things are just
Too coincidental?
Nothing, mate. You didn't have any particular reason for choosing that inn, right?
Oh, you jest. Suppose I had an ulterior motive. How could I have counted on a gloom pincer knocking my car over, and then us running into each other?
Wow, that is so much dedication. For 2 years of playing and almost 10k, yo, that is extreme dedication. You probably paid for a lot of the epic stuff, like the, you know, how some of the operators have live 2D art now, and also those epic promotional videos. I feel like all the money spent inside of games goes through all the fun stuff like that. At least that's what I like to think. Then just who is it that made everything line up so perfectly? Oh?
Benefactor? That was a jest, right? A joke? A jape? You couldn't possibly be suspecting me, could you? Benefactor?
Sorry, Mr. Nothing, you're too sus. Dad?
What's the matter?
I wanna see what Mama looks like. Like, Miss Du looks nothing like her father to me. I mean, maybe the eye color. Maybe that's it. You know, yeah, that's it. I thought I was in charge of this whole thing.
Someone has to clean up the mess.
If you can do it, then clearly I could too.
Wrong. Even if you could, you can't. As long as you're still Du Yaoye and not Du, head of the Escort Association, there is absolutely no way.
Why?
Do you still fail to realize why I didn't seize the target when he was at the inn? Why I stopped you even?
It was because of that courteous with the skills, and that nothing dude.
It seems you still have much to learn.
What do you mean?
You have no eye for people.
Dad, do you want me to inherit the association, or do you want me to be the naive Miss Du my whole life?
An escort has many enemies. You don't understand.
Man, then teach her, Mr. Innkeeper Zhang. Don't leave your daughter in the dark. And so I should continue to be the stupid, ignorant daughter of the association's head? I'm supposed to let everyone else think that Zhang, head of the Escort Association, is now just an honest businessman, and I'm a successor who's not up to snuff? You know that's not who I am. I feel for Miss Du. I really feel for her. Man, I feel for her. I hate when parents do that. It's like,
you don't understand.
Then teach me, Like, teach me what I don't understand. Sheesh.
Yeah, my girl.
Do you know the size of the bone the young people at the Escort Association have to pick with you?
What do they know?
And what do you know? You're trying to wash your hands of the business, yet you don't even realize how long the younger generation has been unhappy with the current state of the association.
Then are you telling me, in all honesty, that starting a new association with those inexperienced disciples is what you truly want? Is that who you are now?
Yo, Professor and cosplayer too? You are living the life. That sounds amazing. That is an amazing life. All I know is that you made me do this, Dad. And that if I succeed, not only will they all bow down to me, I'll have a fine new addition to my rap sheet. Look at Miss Du getting her resume. I respect you, Miss Du. I respect the hustle. That is me. Miss Du, I relate to you so well. Like, so much. Me too, Miss Du. I'm working on my resume. Like, ever since I was allowed to do stuff like volunteer work, I did it because I want a nice resume with all sorts of experiences and skills so that a future employer would be like, oh, look at this colorful thing. I like it. And then be like, you're hired instantly. That is my goal. So I understand, Miss Du. Get that resume. Get that fancy, fancy resume. Top tiers. Top tier.
I'm worried that you might not have what it takes. And I'm even more worried that you're actually trying to mess this up.
I don't know what you're talking about. If you change your mind, then hurry up and tell me. And if you haven't, then stop worrying about me.
How'd it go, miss? What did the innkeeper say?
Humph. How do you think it went? Zhang got played. They switched it out with a decoy.
At least we don't have to screw this one up ourselves. Sounds like he's already on top of it.
Not necessarily. He knows what we're up to.
Huh? He knows? What should we do then? If our masters ground us, we can't do nothing.
Ouch. Ouch if they get grounded. Oof, oof. Again, I know the feels. Solving a problem like this can take a while, but creating a new one is simple enough. If you had a kid and they played Arknights, you'd gladly will for them. Yo, you'd be like the best parent. Man, I wish my parents would give me some gacha funds. They never actually gave me allowance, which kind of hurt. It did hurt a little bit, but I worked for my grandparents every week, so they gave me some funds. Yeah. Man.
I had the same thought when I first visited Changshu years ago, but the people here are really quite something. From Xinluan to Liuyun, how many wondrous peaks and precipitous paths will we have to cross? The city is dispersed along the mountain chain, and there are settlements scattered all across. What a wondrous sight. So, have you come to understand why you came to be robbed? I'm not stupid, though I trust Liang Shun, and therefore I trust you, Master Shen. Well, you've got smarts. I'll give you that. Is that what Liang Shun said about me? I came to that conclusion myself. Where does Mr. Liang come into this? He once told me that I put up a front and that my predictions never came true. But I have a good eye for people. That's what I meant. It's all a matter of experience. Let's go. This is as high as Huntan Peak gets, and we haven't seen any pavilions on our way up here. Chujiang Peak isn't far from here, but why pick that one? If we're looking for someone, shouldn't we start where more people live?
Nah, if you're looking for someone, you go for the more deserted places, because if they don't want to be seen, of course they're gonna be in... Actually, no. Some people like hiding in plain sight, so never mind. Never mind.
What did they used to call Chujiang?
I know, right? The professor is a great motivation. That is my goal in life. That really is my goal in life. Get a good job so I can have fun playing games. That way I can just happily play my games, no worries.
Zuanjiang Peak. It was difficult to write, so they changed it when it got turned into a tourist spot. Bingo. I had a dream that I was looking for someone on the peak. Now, if that isn't strange, sure you didn't learn about the old name on your last trip to Xiangshu? Maybe, or perhaps, I have a mountain spirit guiding me. You know how to use arts, right? Think they call them Originium arts now? An inkhorn of a name, I tell you. But they've always been around, and may as well be the gods and spirits you speak of.
Yo, having you vouching me would be amazing too. That would be awesome. I would love that. But yeah, at least right now my resume is pretty colorful. It is very, very colorful. As soon as Or heck, even when I was technically not allowed to work, I still worked. But I can't write that part down because, you know. But at least I got that experience and other work experience when I could actually get a worker's permit. I started working. I did a lot of volunteer work, so at the very least, I can say my resume is kind of colorful. Plus, I am going to go for at least a bachelor's degree. So hopefully that's like enough to instantly get a good paying job, maybe. Maybe, just maybe. If not, oops. I might have underestimated life.
Now, that's not quite right, Mr. Shen. It is a man who uses Fulu, and thus it is man who triumphs over nature. It is man who triumphs over nature? I think I like that saying. All right. Originium art it is. I don't really get these originium studies. What are you spacing out for? Did I just say something? Man who triumphs over nature? No. Never mind. I was probably daydreaming.
Ooh, Mr. Lee, you just got possessed. Big oof. True. Having a fancy resume and not doing anything is basically a slap in the face, but no. I will do the work. Especially since it is good work experience, which is why I do a lot of jobs as much as I can, because I want the experience so that way I can at least say that I can do it while feeling confident. Yeah, at least feeling semi-confident.
Chujiang Peak. Zuanjiang Peak. We looked there numerous times, but the search always came up empty-handed. Naturally. Yet the Sui regulator has nonetheless come to a decision. Yes. Has her presence in Shangshu all these years ever proven to be a transgression, though? Why then did she land beyond her strength, defending her borders dozens of times? Over such a long stretch of time, it certainly defies common sense. But the situation at hand seems to be going against your wishes, Mr. Liang. If she is a shadow, then a goblet from Lungmen must be a flicker of light. Did the light come first, or did the shadow? A difficult yet meaningless question. What is truly difficult are the people who try to answer this question. The Sui regulator came to me directly, to reason with me in person, naturally. I understand the gravity of these circumstances. You promised General Zuo that when the cup arrived in Shangshu, you would feign its theft, allowing it to make its way to his son, Lord Zuo. All to fool certain individuals. Correct. Though I couldn't possibly have explained this all to old Li, an outsider. Then you should not have chosen a Lungmen Knight to handle this. Given my status, I can't act rashly. It would do more harm than good if it blemishes the early spring festivities. And as the magistrate, all matters, both large and small, are of the utmost importance to me. Is he not a friend of yours? He is my friend, but he is also an outsider.
Ouch. Ouch to Mr. Lee. I mean, Mr. Liang Xun takes his job seriously, but ouch. That is just an ouch. Ouch. Big ouch. And most of the talks they have at your workplace are kind of boring. Oof. Oof, the feels. Oh man. That is true feels.
We can hardly blame you. There are too many eyes. What of the cup? As I entrusted my friend with the matter, naturally it is with them. You wish to have the Lungmanite uncover Ling's whereabouts without lifting a finger yourself? Correct. Oh. Rumor has it that the cup can possess the things around it. Is it true? Mr. Taihei, I have a question myself. Please go ahead. Let us cast aside our status and speak as equals. The Sui regulator bypassed the Ministry of Rights for this matter, far overstepping its bounds. Once the Ministry learns of this, there will likely be quite the quarrel between the two parties. You are the Deputy Monitor Censor of the Department of Discipline and Supervision. What are your thoughts? I am indebted to the General, and I am merely repaying the favor. It comes down to personal feelings, then? That is correct. The Department of Discipline and the Supervision's Monitor Censor oversees hundreds of officers and champions integrity. It seems to me there should be no place for personal feelings.
Oof, Taihei, you're being lectured. I mean, at least Taihei was honest. At least he was honest.
If the Department of Discipline and Supervision learns of this and finds the Ministry of Rights in the right and the Sui regulator in the wrong, what will become of those personal feelings? Garner loyalty and forsake righteousness. There wasn't even the slightest hesitation in your answer, Mr. Taihei. Naturally. It was the General himself who taught me those words. Truly a fine man, then. You needn't worry, however. General Zuo is a Yanese soldier. He would never do anything illegal. Did something force the Sui regulator's hand, then? Even if it means bypassing the Ministry of Rights? Right. Lord Exorcist Zuo Xuanliao is a man who normally gives the affairs in the borderlands his utmost attention. Who could have diverted his attention to a mere goblet? It is no trivial matter, but hardly a significant one either. And I am certain you already know who it is. Sharp exhale. Please take care, Mr. Liang. It seems this spring will be colder than expected. Here we are. Aside from a few houses here and there, this is the only town near Chuijiang Peak. What kind of place is this? Before Shangshu City was built, it was near the border. The mountain was full of mineral resources, and many blacksmiths and stonemasons worked here. What about now? With the world at peace, the nomadic cities are all parked around the mountain range. Aside from a few forges kept around as tourist spots, the town is mostly bed and breakfast now. What lies at the top of Chujiang Peak, then? No idea. Perhaps just a place for wine and chess? After all, if it were scenic, there'd be no need to go look for them. Most likely it's a remote place no one ever visits. I know Shangshu's mounts and waters like the back of my hand. Never heard of any pavilions off the beaten path, though. Chujiang Peak has only an empty swath of land. The legend goes that a god staring into the deep waters there attained enlightenment by forgetting the waters surrounding it. From then on, everyone called it The Field of Forgotten Water. I see. Sounds like our friend won't be easy to find then. How about we start with the wine shops? Might be futile without knowing what they look like though. Any ideas, Master Shan? When seeking a man, there is this one simple trick that has worked since ancient times. Have them seek you out instead.
Ah, yes, have them seek you out instead, you know? That's great advice, Mr. Boatman. Yeah, great advice. Slight oof.
True, but a little passive for my tastes. I have an idea though. What is it? Need something? Miss Ning.
Reading for leisure, I see. Fine taste as always, my lord.
Reading for leisure enriches the mind. If there is something you would like to ask, please go ahead.
My lord, is something weighing on your mind?
What do you mean?
Your friend from Lungmen.
There is no hiding anything from you, Miss Ning. There is a minor matter, though. It's entirely personal.
What does it concern?
We're looking for someone.
What kind of someone?
An old friend of ours. A practitioner of the martial arts.
I see. Is that all?
His name is... Why?
It seems a simple thing.
I did say it was a minor matter. You needn't worry.
Ooh, I gotta look at that 5-star guard. You should hide no secrets from me, my lord.
And I have none to hide.
Very well then. The lady before him walks across the room and takes a glance at the bookshelf. She appears engulfed in a sense of defeat. Fortunately, her mood quickly lightens. It often changes rapidly. My lord, the book you are reading, is it a historical record?
It's about an old catastrophe that happened within the bounds of Shangshu's 3 mounts.
You seem to be very fond of that place. You seem to be very fond of that piece of history. And yes, a narwhal.
I saw it with my own eyes. I can never forget it.
If I remember correctly, Tale of the 3 Mounts?
I'm surprised you remember. It seems I've reread that book far too many times.
I only happened to notice. May I borrow it? I will be paying Uncle Bai a visit. I can read it on my downtime.
As you wish.
Very well, but... And oh no, it's another bot. Time to bonk a bot. Boop. If it lets me... There, it let me. Because sometimes... my thingy doesn't let me bonk bots. Ooh, hello? Very well, but...
Oh, forgive me. Let me get it for you. I haven't been able to read it much lately, so I placed it fairly high on the shelf.
What a gentleman, grabbing the high shelf book for her. Thank you.
So you'll be visiting Bai, the potter?
Yes.
Please give him my regards.
Of course. I will take my leave now. Tale of the Three Mounts. Ooh, hello, hello. How's it going? Am I winning? I think I'm winning. Yeah, I'm winning. I managed to get Dusk and Ling. No, Mr. Lee, so I'm still winning. There's also a good dinner waiting for me, steamed barracuda. So that's a thing. Ooh, thank you, thank you. But yeah, I think I'm winning. I am winning. My lord, I am sure you never realized, but I have actually already taken a peek at your bookshelf. Once you worked late into the night and fell asleep in your study. He's never put this book so high up. There was a new case in the shelf too. What could be inside? Wow, Miss Ning. Oh yeah, funny enough, Scotty was nice. She let me summon her. The live 2D Scotty. She surprisingly came home easily, but then I understood. I'm like, you fell well. Of course you're gonna let me summon you, right? Like, thanks, you bestie. Yeah, surprisingly, she came home easily. And ooh, two exits and 5 entrances. Oof. I'm gonna think about how I'm gonna do this. Or actually, no, I got this. At least 3 defenders. And on 2 sides, I can have my boy Thorns and Silver Ash. This should be fine. Maybe? Maybe? I feel some fear. I mean, that should be fine. No, this is pain? Uh-oh. 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 Yeah, I feel slight fear then. Ooh, the most important character though? You know, let's see, did I? Let me... Instead of by level, I will sort by... rarity, maybe? I still think it's funny how I got Phantom from that guarantee non-duplicate SSR banner. I'm like, yo, I can get a non-duplicate 6-star. I'ma try my luck. And I got Phantom when his rate-up banner was right next door. I'm like, thanks, Phantom. I see you like me. I see you like me, Phantom. Like, that was funny. Oh, free? You know, I did get most of the free people from the events I played. No, not most. I did get every free person from the events I've played. So as you can tell which events I've played by the people I got who are welfare. Because I made sure to buy them because I will never say no to freebies. Never say no to free. The only person who speaks English on my team right now is Ash. Everyone else I'm just leaving as default. And I can't resist, I gotta bring Thorns. Thorns is my boy. I'm probably gonna have to buy him though. Once he's in the certificate shop, because I did try summoning him, he said no to me. But it's okay. I was told he was gonna be in the certificate shop eventually, and that I'll force him. That's how I brought home Silver Ash. I forced him home. The waifus are nicer than the husbandos to me. Ooh, you think I'll like this free event character? Most likely. I was born in a small village 100 li away from what is today Shangshu. It was a beautiful oasis. If you add me, I'll give you stuff from my base, aka, you know, those thingies. Yes, I would definitely use your thorns. If your Thorns is a friend support, I would definitely use him. I pretty much always use Thorns though. Like on a occasion, I'll use someone else like Surtur. Or yeah, those are the ones I mainly use now that I think about it. But yes, Thorns. Thorns is I love him. One day I'll have my own too. He will live rent-free in my base. If you gazed out from the village, you would see a range of mountains that formed a line. The line enveloped a swath of land named Shangshu. There was a catastrophe when I was young. The mountains covered a wide area, and the looming clouds covered an even wider area. You used to use Blaze mostly? You know, at one point I used Blaze a lot too because I loved when I could use her skill. It was fun. The catastrophe messengers were quick at their work. As we evacuated, we could see sparks lighting up the sky. All of us knew that Shangshu's 3 mounts would never look the same after the catastrophe passed. I also used to bring W a lot. I want W one day. Someday, W. I was still very young. All I remember is the adults swaying backs, and their forced smiles. The rescue team moved quickly, but all of us knew that the houses, the farms, and the orchards would all perish in the storm. We passed a mountain on our way. With my own eyes, I saw a drunken woman lounging in the pavilion. I saw her share a toast with the sky. I saw her fall unconscious in the pavilion, completely inebriated. But the rescue team didn't stop. The adults around me pretended as though they didn't see her.
A black goblet. Was this the cup she drank from? Miss Lee.
Sir, do you need something?
Can you describe the guest just now?
Of course. I could never forget a Forte hunk like him. Oh, a hunk? A hunk, huh?
Prepare 2 boxes of pastries and pay Miss Ning a visit. If Miss Ning meets with the Forte there, come back and let me know.
Very well. Though, why aren't you... my apologies. I shouldn't have asked. I will go right now.
Benefactor, I asked around, and it seems we'll arrive at our rendezvous point if we follow this path up the mountain. But suppose we really don't find anyone there. What should we do?
Then we'll just have to go back to the Liang estate to find Mr. Lee. He said Magistrate Liang asked him to look into the goblet's owner. We should help him out.
But what if Miss Du spoke the truth, and it was indeed a man of renown who seeks the cup? Would Magistrate Liang truly know nothing of it? But would that all of this was a mere premeditated conspiracy? Why would Magistrate Liang need to go through the trouble and put on such a show?
It's not like we haven't ever seen any big shots ourselves.
You mean the boy who claimed to be a messenger?
If only the doctor was around, we could have just handed all this trouble off. Yeah, if only the doctor was around. It's not like I'm watching you guys in spirit, Cruz. Nah, Cruz, I am following you in spirit. Ah, I miss the dorm's soft beds.
Why must we always mix ourselves up in trouble?
Finish your tea. It's time to go.
Yo, I summoned this girl. I summoned the travel-weary woman.
Should be around here.
Hot water coming through. Out of the way. Watch out.
Rimbilitonian. Struth, don't scratch the paint, Kaba. A letter? From just now? It's past the rendezvous time. They really didn't come.
What should we do now? We don't know if Benefactor Lava has been to the office. Perhaps we should wait a little longer?
Or we could meet up with Mr. Lee first?
It's the cutie. It's a bitey.
I want a bitey. I'll assert my dominance by biting it back. Gah. An ink spirit?
Hold on. Can those things leave the scrolls?
I have no idea myself.
Hey, little guy, where'd you come from? Where's your owner?
Bite his hand. Gah!
Hey, no biting. Let go.
You're the ones who provoked it. Bitey, that's enough.
Owie.
Dusk. We ran into a bit of trouble. You have to bear with me talking to you this way. Trouble? Ooh, nice characters to choose for cosplay. Those are great character choices. Don't worry about it. It's nothing you can help with. In Shangshu, we ran into some court envoys who are investigating what happened at Mount Huichi in Kowu City. They said they're from the Sui regulator.
Tisk. I thought Nian would have everything sorted out by the time she came knocking at my door. It seems I should have kept my expectations low with the way she goes about things. Did you fight them? Heaven forbid we should try to tussle with the Mandarins. Not that we would have won if we tried. Ha ha.
They mentioned you and Nian, but it didn't seem they were looking into you two too seriously. They came to Shangshu on a different mission.
I don't know about that. Do you have any clues?
It's got something to do with a black goblet.
Black goblet. We're helping a certain Mr. Lee to look into the cup's master too. The cup looked like it had a pattern on it, much like the trinket that Nian gave Benefactor Lava. Heh. A cup. No wonder something seems strange. I have a pretty strong hunch as to who that cup belongs to.
She can help us with quite a bit if we actually manage to find her. At the very least, she can help me keep Nian's mouth shut. Well, look at you, Dusk. I got the girl that you want to help keep Nian's mouth shut. Maybe that's why Nian hasn't visited my Rhodes Island, you know? Maybe. Ooh, hello. On Fate, you have a lot of ember grinding to do? Me too. I have too many people I gotta raise. My Chaldea's resources are lacking as well. In all my games, my resources are lacking. Dusk, get out of here already. The old fart's rambling away. He's really pissing me off. It's your turn. Is that Nian? You must have misheard. Heavenly Forge.
Perhaps we should keep you no longer?
You said you're looking for the Master of the Cup, weren't you? Find her before the Mandarins do. Persuade her to help us. At the very least, drag this out until we get to Shangshu. Don't let the Sui regulator take her away. I'm counting on you. Wow, Dusk is counting on me. I feel so proud. We're back?
Benefactor, is it just me, or does this baffling trickery of Dusk's really come in handy?
It's not worldly arts anyway, so don't bother trying to learn it. But it is convenient, I'll give you that. Oh no, it's another bot. Bonk. Man, I wonder what I could summon with that much.
You're looking for a pavilion? I'm guessing that a pole carrier like you, having come up and down the mountain so many times, the range here must be like your own backyard. Let me tell you then, the 3 mounts and 17 peaks are full of pavilions, be it old rest stops or newly built scenic spots. It's tough to find a specific one. You can do it. It'll take a lot of work. I get paid by the trip, you know. Not like anyone across the world would work for free. Indeed, here's your reward then. You're from Longmen? Yes. What should I call you, kind sir? The name's Shang. Like Shang Chie. What do you want me to do for you? Be your guide? Or do you want me to find somewhere that fits the description and report back? Time is of the essence. It'll be for the better if we can split up. You're not from around here, and you're with a boatman? I spent a very long time in the rivers, and I am familiar enough with the area. The rivers are nothing like the mountain roads. They're both in Shangshu. You can skip.
Wow, I like how he's actually helping though. Mr. Shang is nice. Though, I wonder, how much did Mr. Lee pay him? Ooh, I hope your students did well in their exams. Thank you.
You can skip the Bieli, Ziyun, and Qingluan peaks. They're just small peaks that people back in the old days decided to count toward the 17 peaks. Very well. We're actually focusing our search today on the Chujiang peak here. I'd appreciate if you could find me some clues before the sundown, and please do look out for any towns with famous wine shops while you're in the mountains. Wine? Aren't all of those who frequent pavilions connoisseurs of drink? They're always passed out drunk in them.
Is that what pavilions are known for? Is that really what pavilions are known for?
Alaska round then. Much thanks. We'll meet in the tea house there in the evening then. Very well. See you. Well, if you aren't a casual guy, you pulled a random person off the street and asked him to help you. Aren't you afraid of getting duped? I'm a detective. Gotta take a risk every now and then. Can we trust him? Just barely. He got an attention from all the shopkeepers along the road. That means he's got a decent relationships. A pole carrier who would swindle this money wouldn't have such a good reputation in the neighborhood. Besides, it's better than searching blindly. You have a point. Where do we head next then? Any clues?
Yo, do all of them play Arknights too? And do any of them have thorns? I mean, I gotta ask. Like, do they have thorns by chance?
A mysterious person that our magistrate insists is in the Shangshu. Their whereabouts unknown nonetheless. Wouldn't hang out in a normal town like this. So much of the problem lies in the cup. Besides, if someone's bent on getting their hands on this no-name goblet, it only means that this little trinket is the key.
Maybe the cup makes everything taste thousands of times better than it actually is. Maybe that's why they want it. That is my current prediction. And is Thorns good? I just like him. Thorns is my boy. My boy who doesn't want me to summon him, but he's my boy nonetheless.
Master Shen, suppose the two of us run into the thieves from the other day. Do you think we can fend them off together? I've spent a few decades on the rivers, and the only thing I've ever worried about is how my grandchildren are doing in school. I've never fought anyone, and it would be quite the problem if I ever ran into a bandit.
At least Mr. Boatman is very, very honest. He's never been in a fight.
All I can do is be your tour guide, kid. If you're worried, you better go to Mr. Liang soon and have him find you a bodyguard or two. You haven't ever needed to lift a finger in your line of business? I've been boating on the rivers for a few dozen years. I've never gotten myself into any of those hairy situations. I can guarantee your safety if we run into some wild beasts on our journey through the mountains. But with all the construction around the mountains in the past couple years, you won't come across any beasts.
I would buy Thorn's skin even if I didn't have him. I'd buy him an outfit just so it'd be waiting for him. I'd be like, Thorns, look, I got it for you. It's your perfect size and everything.
So there aren't any wild beasts. But are there any creatures with metal plates on their backs? Now what's that about? I don't know myself. Where did you see that? I saw it
Ow?
right here. This is...
Ow! Man, I want one of those.
It's gone. You scared it away. Hey. Need something? Do you have the cup?
Suspicious townsfolk.
We work for innkeeper Zhang. He He has a small eatery in this town as well. He wants to treat you to lunch.
Well, at least innkeeper Zhang is honest. Wow! Your professor even has the visible six-pack abs? Wow! Yo! Wow! Man, that is goals. I want to have abs one day. Like, I would feel epic. I would feel so cool. One day. Maybe one day. I gotta do... I don't know what ab exercises are. But man, that's a goal. That is truly goals. She got all the cool operators and even a six-pack. Yo. Truly goals.
Run. I really don't understand what Miss Du and the innkeeper are thinking. This is such a pain in the ass. First, they want us to steal the goods. Then they want us to ensure no one makes off with it. And they even want us to get in the employer's way. Hey, get up. Take a look over there.
Curse for having boobs. Wait, curse for having abs on a woman? They can never get married? You know, I would accept that curse. Especially if it gives me epic gotcha luck. Since it seems like she can summon people pretty easily. Like, max potentialing them in less than 100 or less than 200 summons. You know, it's worth it. That is definitely worth it.
Hey, get up. Take a look over there.
They're just having a staring contest now. Stairs.
Stop right there.
Hello, sir. How may I help you?
I'm traveling right now, but I lost my wallet. I don't know nobody here. Think you can help me out? Did all of you lose your wallets together? No, we couldn't all be bothered to bring our backpacks with us, you know? So we put our cameras and wallets and whatnot all in one bag. It's the bag that we lost.
Man, could they not think of a better story? Like, this is so suspicious. Yeah, we all just happened to lose our collective bag full of, you know, wallets and cameras and stuff, you know? Like, just happened. It just happened. It just happened. Do I have Scotty of the Corrupted Heart? Is that the one with the live 2D animation? If it is, yes. If it's not, nope.
We ain't gonna ask much from you. Just head back down the mountain and call the cops at the hotel there. I promise it'll be worth your while. Please help us.
Look at the time already. Sundown here comes early, huh? Nothing, mate. How do we get to the Ling estate again?
This way, benefactor. Changshu's streets and alleys are vivid and colorful. There's a certain charm to gazing out at the mountains in the distance, and the markets below from atop the skyscrapers here.
How's my run? Some savings? Practically zero.
It's an entirely different scenery than what you'd find in Kowu.
Right. It's got a nice vibe, and the view is great. Not to mention, when the wind blows, you can sometimes smell the rust. Wait, smelling rust, is that a good thing? Am I right?
It has been a while since my blade was last unsheathed. How could it possibly rust?
Oh, that's what she meant by rust. You need us for something?
Of course. Rhodes Island has gotten too involved.
So you've been digging dirt on us.
Here's a Yanese idiom you might like, Miss Cruz. Justice casts a wide net. A medical company that strives to rescue all infected and sees them as equals, regardless of their race, status, and wealth. Even the purest of mountain springs must be no match for Rhodes Island in purity.
Thanks for the compliment.
Oh, please don't get the wrong idea. I didn't mean that as a threat. After all, if Rhodes Island was a dishonest organization, you two would be in jail right now. In other words, I would like you two to see our current situation as a form of trust.
Should I say thanks?
However, infected should not be wandering about in such a bustling part of town out in the open. Safety remains a concern after all. Would you follow me? Let's take this somewhere else. What should we do, benefactor? This kid's sketchy through and through.
If Mr. Nothing says he's sketchy, he must be sketchy. Not necessarily. And it's not like we have a choice. Sure, let's go somewhere else.
Very well. I see you two are a formidable talent as well. I'll wait for you at the top of the tower to the north in the quarter hour.
Did he just jump and... He just jumped away. That looked like he just made that dramatic exit that ninjas do. Is that what you guys call Qinggong in Yanese martial arts?
More or less, of course. Considering his martial prowess, he's no normal man. Alright, fine. He's extraordinary, actually.
I don't see you get this serious often.
Haha, you jest, my benefactor. I'm always solemn and serious about every last detail. To possess such fine skills at his age, he must have studied under a distinguished master to hone his extraordinary talent. Even that might be an understatement. His abilities are likely beyond our imagination.
Bet he did a flip too. I wouldn't put him past him, especially since Mr. Nothing's like, wow, this guy is extraordinary. Look at him doing an epic backflip out of here.
Like I was saying, if he had that bull of a Mandarin for a bodyguard, he's not to be taken lightly.
They know about Neon and Dusk. Obviously, they also know about Mr. Lee too. Dusk said, we have to find the Goblet's Master first. Getting involved with a Yanese Mandarin, though. Amiya's going to chew me out when we get back. If only the doctor. Guess we can't always count on the doctor, huh? No, you can count on me. I'm here with you in spirit. I'm giving you my emotional support. In spirit. I am emotional support doctor. Let's see how painful this fight is. Where is that going from? This way? Boop. Okay, I'm just gonna put him here. Just for fun. I'm just gonna let her do her thing. I can't bring out the others just yet. Actually, no, I can afford to use this now. Hey. Or no, maybe I shouldn't have done that. Oops. I mean, nah, it's fine. I just gotta believe, you know? Believe. Do I believe, though? Not really. I mean, nah, I totally believe. Ha ha, sobs. Maybe this should be no. Maybe not her for that side. I am just thinking. I have to use my brain. I will use my brain. If there's a tough enemy coming from the right side, I will use my brain and put someone tough here and oof, bot. So let me block real quick. Boop. If it lets me, there it worked. Oh, that's a lot of thingies. I see, and I should probably bring out a healer soon. You know, healers are smart. Imagine being smart enough to bring out a healer. Okay, there, I was smart enough to bring out a healer. I will put some support here. Or maybe I don't need to put support. Let me see. I'm curious. Over here maybe could use some more support? Huh. Well, we'll see. And yes, use my brain to just headbutt the problem, as one does. I get to see how painful this is. Okay, so far. Okay, that's not too bad. I mean, technically, I just need one healer. Actually, I should put a healer on the other side too. You know, I'll do this. I should probably use his skill since I didn't use that yet. Oof, it's kind of lagging. I mean, it's not too bad. And it was just for like a few seconds. Phew. And yes, brute force is the best. Well, that was an unfruitful day. I never had such headaches back in the agency in Lungmen. Because Mr. Liang left you with no leads to follow? No, it's actually because I have a lot of friends in Lungmen. And aside from Mr. Liang, the shut-in, the only friend I have in Shangshu is you, Master Shan. There's a crowd at his door, isn't there? Doesn't look like they're trying to be discreet. Suspicious passerby. Hey, the Lungmenites here too, right? Don't be rash. Just don't let them get away. Keep an eye on them. I don't suppose we walked into their trap? Weird. It doesn't matter how glorious they were in the old days. They're just a bunch of restaurateurs. Yeah, they're just a bunch of restaurateurs now. Do they really have this much influence? There's no one around. Wait. And yo, your teacher is popular. I can see why, though. Master Shang. I'm here. Have a seat. Would you like some tea? I asked around. There are a few spots that fit the description. Very few visitors, but there are some pavilions that have been around for a while. I marked them on the map. As for your wine shops, wherever there's a settlement, it's practically guaranteed that there's one. These places fit the bill. There's one at Chujiang Peak. I have no idea myself, but Ojian insisted that there is. These are all out of the way trails. No normal sightseers would go there. Be careful. I see. Thank you, Master Shang. I will take my leave then.
Master Shang, do you know those men outside the door? Don't know them. Goodbye. What's going on? Tell the innkeeper, Master Shang and the Arknights have dealings with each other. Should we still block the way out of here? What the hell are you even trying to block? Let's go. We're out of here.
Well, at least these punks know when to leave.
You're back. That trip was a complete waste. Please don't ask. I'm just worried about the bandits coming after you. As long as you're looking out for me, they won't make trouble. What's more, our hot little goblet isn't in my possession anymore. You should be careful yourself. No need. We found out who ambushed you. It's all a misunderstanding. They thought you were a smuggler pillaging artifacts. Well, it sounds like Shang Shu's chivalric code is still alive and well. That was quite the brawl for a minor misunderstanding. Don't blame them. Master Shen, Li isn't a local. I'm afraid you'll need to take care of him for the next couple of days. Of course, it's not a big deal. I know things are hectic at the docks lately. I'll pay you double your wage for your time. Don't worry about it, Mr. Liang. We never talk money.
You just got Li? Yo, huge congratulations! Wow! Oh man, my bestie is a Mia. My waifu, overall top tier waifu, I guess would be Mudrock because Mudrock is what got me into the game. My husbando, of course you can tell, is Thorns because Thorns. I always bring him. For most hated right now, I'm not sure. I kind of still have a grudge against, you know, the uncle of the Neural Estate, Mr. Muinar. But then again, I do like how he trolled Roy, so I can't be too upset. Trolling Roy by having a nice chat with a pretty lady. Oh, Roy, my boy. Roy.
Don't worry about it, Mr. Liang. We never talk money. I can't do wrong by my citizens. You've been a great help, and I might need more of your help in the future. Fine then. If that's how you feel, then I won't push it. I'll stick with our boy Li. For as long as he's here, those of us who make a living on the mountain trails and rivers know the 3 mounts and 17 peaks like the back of our hands. Thank you. Liang Shun. What's the matter? We'll talk inside. I remember telling you that as long as you aren't hiding anything from me, this will be nothing complicated. Tell me, what exactly is the story behind the cup and its master? You can't tell me? No. I ran into those guys again in the mountains today. What? So that little misunderstanding of yours isn't actually very convincing. How high are the stakes? As high as heaven. You should have told me sooner.
Man, I want a fancy house like that. I would love that. I would so love it. Having a fancy house like this.
I was afraid you'd get dragged into the mess if you knew too much. So you still think I'm not part of the mess? Forgive me. You should get some rest. If our friend proves too difficult to locate, then you don't have to worry about it. We've come this far. You can't suddenly have second thoughts about this, can you? I appreciate the feeling, but if I really call it quits here, that's the end of the good life for you. I know that much.
Ooh, teapot crabs spawn 4 teacups? Uh-oh. Uh-oh, immune to physical damage, but weak against arts damage? Oh no. And true damage, I mean... You know, my lovely bikini chin would help. Dusk will help too. Maybe I'll bring back my lava and maybe Mostima. Oof. Oof. Oh man. Oh, painful.
So, what's on the table? You can at least tell me that, can't you? Both the people and the country. Well, the stakes do sound high, and it's such a tall tale. I'm finding that kind of hard to believe. I would never joke about such a serious matter. Of course, I know you wouldn't. Let me change the subject then. You wouldn't be entertaining a lovely lady this evening, would you? There is nothing between me and Miss Ning. I never said there's anything between you two. Your eyes said enough. Really? Everyone always ridicules you for how unsociable you are. But even Huai Taipei's girl is all grown up now. You have to have scored a home run at least once or twice.
Mr. Lee? Mr. Lee, what are you asking?
You have your reasons, huh? How about a drink? It's high time we had a drink together. Right, we're long overdue. You truly are a swift one, Miss Cruz. The innkeeper wasn't kidding. Where is the man with the fan?
We couldn't risk a complete wipeout in case you had any traps set up here, can we?
How peculiar. I thought you would send him while you hide in the shadows. As the saying goes, one should sacrifice a pawn to save one's queen. Not only are you the queen, you're a crossbowman and an escape artist. Even so, you came personally.
Well, my mate Nothing isn't a regular operator anyway. I can't just have him fly into the face of danger. Plus, Cruz is just built different. Don't underestimate her.
And yet you still have a mind for danger, especially when you have to go it alone, don't you?
If you're the kind of bloke who goes, all I can see right through you, just to seem smart, I'd rather go home and have a sleep.
Haha, so temperamental. Forget I said anything then. I'll get to the point. We've looked into Rhodes Island a little. With so little time, we didn't dig up a lot of information. I don't claim to fully know you, but at least know you can be trusted.
Can I? Not only did I butt my head into this affair, I'm an infected, you know?
You must put the right people to the right job. Repathy is a misfortune that all infected face. What does it have to do with their responsibilities or skills? I would like Rhodes Island to do us a favor. No, in fact, if you don't help us, then I'm afraid you'd be making an enemy of us.
He wants Mr. Lee's goblet. When I chased the thief that night, right away, the tracks split into two. It was dark out, and you moved quick. But I never took my eyes off the one who'd actually left the Liang estate. I lost them not long thereafter, though, And then a certain someone showed up, just like it was a planned diversion. The innkeeper drew my attention. Was he drawing it away from you?
No wonder he thinks so highly of you.
Bingo. Eh? What does the cup have to do with Sui?
You know of Sui? Oh, looks like you're not lying, though you know only half the story.
Is that so?
Considering you see Nyan and Dusk as friends, and that she told you about this much, they must see Rhodes Island as a lifeline of sorts.
Yo, your teacher did the cosplay during the exam? That is top tier. That is the best teacher. Best reviews at the end of the semester, you know? Greatest teacher. Take the class, just repeat it, even if you pass. Just to be in that class again, right?
In years past, so long as they stayed in line and broke no rules, the Sui regulator would turn a blind eye to whatever they did. But nowadays, things are different. Not only are the times changing, you are on friendly terms with the Neon, and you even brought Dusk off her mountain. That put you on the Sui regulator's wrong side.
We were just...
I know you meant no ill will, but what comes next? How is the Great Yan meant to know that they are not planning anything when they are all in one place?
Great Yan.
I'm not trying to exaggerate. Nian and Dusk disappeared not long after they reached Shangshu, and it just so happens that the goblet associated with them made its way here around the same time. Furthermore, the man of the hour is on Rhodes Island side. This is a tremendous coincidence. Wouldn't you say so, Miss Cruz? And I'm not one to believe in coincidences.
But it is a big coincidence, kind of. But it is.
Oof. I forgot to hang the clothes dry. Oh no. If I don't get to do that now, there won't be anything to wear tomorrow.
Oh no, not another bot. But what the heck does the inn assistant only have, you know, one, like, outfit? Does he have to, or two pairs of clothes? I mean, I won't blame him. Also, I had to do my laundry today too. It's still in the dryer. Hopefully there's not going to be any mildew. Because I feel you, Mr. Inn Assistant. I too had to wash my clothes and quickly dry it. I'm assuming it's fine though. I am assuming.
Shang Zong, huh? You shouldn't have come. Don't get lost. I pretend I didn't see you. There was a young man who asked me to look for a pavilion in the mountains. We all know things are complicated when you left, but not only did you leave us without an explanation, you even set the innkeeper up. Going by the rules, that makes you a traitor. Then your men surrounded him. Please, traitor. Brother Shang, I'm begging you. If anyone sees us, things will get hairy. Let's put a stop to this. Who is that man? Brother Shang. I'm asking you, who is that man? The Lungmanite? Yes. It's all business. It's got nothing to do with outsiders. And I have nothing to tell you. It'll be 10 full years at the end of this one. I've been thinking of giving the association an explanation soon. I'll give all of you an explanation. I'll settle the score with Zhang Qing Yue. I still can't tell you, Brother Shang. Liu, who pulled you out? Who pulled you out of the fire all those years ago? I can't say. It has to do with the goblet, doesn't it? The cup from 10 years ago? You. Bingo then. So that's the goblet the kids have been talking about. Hey, you didn't interrogate any of the young disciples, did you? This must be fate. Hey, Shang-Zhong, don't just leave after you get the answer from me. Our years of friendship mean nothing to you? Huh? Hey! Ha. Looks like you're a better drinker than you used to be. The Liang Shun of the good days, of the good old days, would probably be curling up into a ball under the table right about now.
He'd be curling up into a ball? That's kind of cute, not gonna lie.
I drink myself every now and then. Well, that's our magistrate Liang. You find the time to drink even as the government official. Hold on. You drink by yourself every now and then. Doesn't that mean what I think it means, does it? I drown my sorrows. It's human nature.
Oh yes, I drown my sorrows in eating lots and lots of spicy food too. That's how I drown my sorrows. In spicy food. To give myself a new burning passion.
They say that it takes a personality change to build your tolerance for alcohol. Wise words, don't you think? It's a fair point. When we drown our sorrows, it's a whole myriad of relationship we're trying to drown. To tell you the truth, I was actually pretty surprised when I saw you again. Why is that? The Liang Shun I know is a methodical, taciturn fellow.
Ooh, hello, hello. How am I doing? Pretty good. A little bit hungry, but it's okay. I know there's food waiting for me, at the very, very least. Unless they eat it all, which I would understand if my family eats it all. But, you know, I'm just assuming they're saving me at least one bite. Sometimes they literally do save me one single bite, to be a tease. I mean, to be nice.
I remember that time in school, outside the Chamber of Teachers Emeriti. When you said you were going to bless all under the heaven, you said the world's a harsh, cold place. So you'd build a fire to warm everyone up, and they would never know darkness again. I was just spouting words. We were young. Perhaps those were the exact words that led me to reflect on myself now.
Ooh, you're done with the grading? I hope the grading went by well.
It was years ago. Many years ago. You aren't the refined young master you used to be either. Time flies, and I frittered all mine away. It's been a long time since you left home. Have you spoken to your family?
I wonder, how old is Liang Shun and Mr. Lee? For some reason, they kinda are talking like they're super duper old.
It hasn't been that long since I left home. You're saying that detective agency in Lungmen is your home now? Of course. What about back in Jiangdong? Jiangdong, or Kong Tung as we call it, is just a place with a house, some lanterns, and a few old friends. We've both changed. I hope that when we clink our glasses together, it's not the sound of our past ambitions crumbling away that we hear. No. That's not quite right. You're a mandarin of some standing, and the magistrate responsible for a city. If the masses are happy with you, perhaps you've already achieved your dreams.
Wow. They all passed? Nice. Great job to the students.
We still have a long road ahead of us. Shangshu has always been a bustling place. What I'm trying to accomplish is just gilding the lily. I hope you won't forget who we once were then. Gon Bui. Ganbei.
Seems like the Yan's research into the occult mysticism is the greatest secret across this whole world.
You make it sound like we don't want to share. They may take different forms, but all nations approach the same problem in their own way. Everyone faces this issue. Though because of certain historical reasons, Great Yan Sui Regulator happens to be at the forefront of Furan mythology. Always has been, always will be. Chirag still worships them as gods, and Sami attempts to coexist with them. But the Sui Regulator's research has advanced to unparalleled heights.
So, the Sui and Sui Regulator is the same Sui that Nyan talked about?
Did Nian tell you about those legends? The Old Emperor, the Wild Hunt, and what they uncovered?
That's the stuff Lava talked about.
In ancient times, the people thought of certain creatures as gods, and with civilization's advancement, they gradually began to go into hiding. The Sui is one such creature.
Certain creatures?
Whether they actually meet the definition of a living being is up for debate, and I don't suppose we need to go there. All you need to know is that when at last they come to bring destruction to the world, Yan has the power to annihilate them. That's all.
Fair enough.
This is not exactly confidential Sui Regulator information, but it's not exactly common knowledge either. I'm telling you all this not because I want a scholarly discussion. Nian, Dusk, and the one who's hiding somewhere in Shangshu. All of them are under the Sui Regulator surveillance.
Yo, free pizza if all that passes, that is the best motivation. Anything for food. Yeah, especially pizza. I would willingly walk 2 hours for 2 hours to get pizza, and I've done it before, because pizza is wonderful. Pizza is a great reward.
Normally, these things would not happen at such a pace. But then one day, the clouds all dissipated from the mountain. By the time the Sui Regulator candle holders arrived, Dusk was nowhere to be found.
That happened just a few days ago.
It took only a few days for the candle holders to brief the court on this matter too.
That's something. There's quite a bit of distance between Mount Huichi and the capital, isn't there?
Rhodes Island is getting itself involved without knowing the whole picture. The ignorant are blameless. On the contrary, it's unimaginable that you would work with those two without knowing anything. And now, we would like Rhodes Island to follow the Sui Regulator's arrangement and persuade the Lungmanite to surrender the goblet himself.
I knew it. Liang Shun was under your thumb the whole time.
Correct.
He had Mr. Lee deliver the cup all the way from Lungmen to be stolen, and it's all a show, huh?
You call the magistrate by name, but gave the Lungmanite a courtesy title. That shows you are a good person.
Does being a good person mean anything else in Yan?
Please don't get the wrong idea. I'm not trying to beat around the bush. All I'm saying is that you aren't hiding your trust in the Lungmanite anymore.
Is it because of his partnership with Rhodes Island? It's actually more than that. He's a friend too. There aren't many people we can truly call friends. It seems Nyan and Dusk are your friends too. It sounds like the Sui regulator has some high standing in Yan. So why the ruse? Who are you trying to fool? I'm afraid that's more than what Rhodes Island needs to know. And you straight up admit that? There's nothing to hide. It's just more elegant. It's just a more elegant way to go about this, to save our Mandarin some face. Now that I've told Rhodes Island so much, can we set aside our differences and negotiate? I'm sorry, Zuole, but no. I mean, maybe. You want our help? We'd like Mr. Lee's too. What do you need help with? The elimination of the Sui. Wait, the elimination of the Sui? I mean, maybe? Maybe? I'm not drunk. No need to hold me like this. You're my guest. I'm just a grunt you summoned from Lungmen. I actually consider the possibility that the messenger might not be able to find you in Lungmen. And I actually registered my agency in Lungmen, hoping that you would find me. Lee's detective agency. Why did you choose to build your business in Lungmen, though? It's the farthest away I could get from Yan. Any farther than that, I have no place to go. So you could come back. I don't want to. Liang Shun. I know, actually. You always knew. Lungmen is not your home. You spent half your life holding out hope for Lungmen. I thought there, I could finally find what it was I wanted to do. Did you? I did. But I also found that I could find it just about anywhere. All those years ago, Huai Tianpei said he'd study Kung Fu and make a name for himself. And all those years ago, Liang Shun wanted to do something for all the people under the heaven. To change the ways of the world, such that they would no longer have to be afraid. What about you? I was just a fin beast in a river, and the moment I jumped a few chi out of the water, I felt I was at the top of the world. Okay, I'm pooped. I've got a long day ahead of me tomorrow. You should get going. Yo, you should cosplay as Aurora during graduation ceremony. That'd be awesome. Very well. Take care. There's no more wine. Old friends. Dot. A brilliant move. I see that I'm losing. I suppose there is no need to continue. That's right. There's no need to continue. There are more to the four arts than Wei Qi, and yet there's the one you always pick to challenge me. This is a form of bullying. One man must avoid one's shortcomings. And we both know I am no match for you in poetry and song. Fair. Lost interest already. These are times of peace. Though these times of peace are enjoyed only by Yan. Your stones are set only in Yan. Correct. The board is entirely within Yan's borders. Though I am not necessarily playing every round,
In that case, the other games must take place elsewhere in the world too.
Will those games have aught to do with you?
Real men remain silent as they spectate and never regret their moves.
Oh no, it's another bot. Bonk. Heh. Heh heh heh.
So all you do is spectate. You watch mankind as they wage wars and battle with each other. I'm just learning the art of the game by spectating. Even children start to play by imitating. But you are not him. What do you mean?
You.
Oh, you are one of his pieces. Will you play in his stead then, Mr. Lee of Lungmen? What? Oh, this is peculiar. Why did he drag an ordinary man like you into this game? No, perhaps he didn't choose you in particular. He simply realized that things would come to this sooner or later, no matter who and no matter what. What are you talking about? I'm saying that you are not the disheartened man, but you are sitting here in his stead, playing a game with me. Who are you? Ling. What is this place? A dream? From 100 years ago? Now that's funny. How could I have a dream that takes place a whole century ago?
Mr. Lee, you're just built different.
Indeed. How could you? What are you doing here? It feels like I had quite the dream. Oh.
Wow, you made the shield yourself too?
That is amazing.
Wait, voice outside the window? This is kind of suspicious.
Stop right there. That voice.
There's something going on outside. Well, let's see. Mr. Lee, why does all the drama have to happen when you're sleeping?
Ooh, all things have a soul. A day without dream sees lives and spirits still. Boop. It's nearly dawn. I suddenly realize, ever since I came to Shangshu, I haven't had a proper sleep. There's a great commotion outside. It seems two people are fighting. But I know their fight isn't because of each other. They're fighting over me and that cup. I've always considered myself fine at reading people. I've guessed, too, that this can't all be that simple. My premonitions have never been far off the mark either. So I've prepared 2 letters, sat on the table. Let's not trouble ourselves. Let's not trouble our Mr. Liang for now. But I'm curious. Are you just allowed in or out of the Liang estate whenever? Liang Shun might not put on government airs, but this has to be a little too careless.
Yo, the shield weighs around 13 kg? Man, that's a pretty hefty shield. Perfect to bonk people with. Stop there!
Rimbilitonian. Crikey, my list didn't have nothing about this Sheila.
Humph. Nowhere to run.
Who sent you?
Wait, you're not even your niece. Where did you come from?
What's going on?
Here I was thinking you kicked the bucket in your sleep.
Are these beasts long-snouted slumberfoots?
She was clearly scheming something outside your room. Do you think do-gooders do that? Rimbiltonian, I'm not a secret here anymore. So it's in for a penny, in for a pound.
Okay, Rimbiltonian woman, hold your beasts. This is the Shangxi Magistrate's land. I don't mind either way, but getting on the courtman's bad side won't do you any favors.
Rimbiltonian,
You're able to rabbit on in the old Rimbil? Roughly. May I have your name, young woman? And what are you paying your very bold visit here for? Ye Ban, Black Knight.
why were you ignoring me if you could speak Yanese?
You're a Rimbiltonian, but you have a Yanese name? That's not the point. I really don't end up in these situations, but I'm not looking for too much trouble in the city anyway. A hunt with no traps and no plan is a hunt just waiting to fail.
Give it up. You're not pulling any schemes here with me on the scene.
Miss Dew's a temperamental sort.
So you two are working together. This works out just fine, actually. While you've been focusing on me. Light drill. Roar. There's more slumberfoots. Gah! It's got the goblet in its mouth. See you never. She just got it. Well. Okay. I guess we gotta chase her. Hold it right there. Hey, what dimension are you living in? After her.
Long-snouted slumberfoots don't live in Yan, let alone keeping a cadre of tame ones as your partners in crime. This woman's probably come chasing us from somewhere else entirely.
What are you still thinking about? If I didn't help you, she would have trapped you to death right here, or right there.
No, I wouldn't say she was after my life.
Cool, you lost the goblet, and you don't even act like you care. Aren't you scared of Mr. Liang? Aren't you scared Mr. Liang's gonna chew you out?
Now I've lost the cup, and your hopes have come true. Isn't that just dandy?
Shh! Fine, I said that. But if this spirals out of our control, what do we do then? I just wanted my dad to suck it for once. I didn't think the whole association would be done for.
Where's Liang Shun? Benefactor, this matter you raise is far beyond the pale. You have to let me absorb this slowly.
Don't blame you. I've known Nyan forever, but I still need some time to take this in.
And you told me without the slightest reservation.
You're a Rhodes Island operator too.
Right you are, Benefactor.
But whether or not we agree with that, having a nation's top organizations watching Rhodes Island so closely doesn't make for easy sleeping at night.
The Sui Regulator. The Ministry of Rights. Just their names alone are intimidating. Yet I didn't quite pick up any malice when they spoke to us, you know?
Perhaps we've taken Nyan's household affairs too simply. Should at least have me and the doctor know about this before we make any calls. But it's not like Closure and Amiyad have no idea about this, right? But they agreed to Nyan's request too back then. Ooh, enjoy the pizza! And who knows if Lava's given the branch office a shout yet.
Benefactor, given things are currently brewing up a storm, perhaps we should put out our own safeties first, don't you think? Or...
We'll discuss this with Mr. Lee first. Nyan be damned. But Dusk's not somebody who makes things mysterious on purpose. If what she said is true, then it looks like this whole thing has a lot more moving parts than we thought.
a safe proposition. That's my benefactor.
You say that when Yan Sui regulators already come knocking. Don't think safe's the day of the word here.
Benefactor? What has you furrowing your brow?
This thing's... Ow. Nothing, move it. I like how all the creatures go after Mr. Nothing. Like how Bitey bit him. This one just headbutted him. Mr. Nothing's like a Disney princess. All the animals love him.
Oh ho! What in the world?
What? It's some kind... Is this some... metal animal? There's two, it made a baby. Wait, that's a teapot. That's a painting frame. Are these things alive?
Where did these things crawl out from? Hold on. Has a teapot grown legs?
Rawr. Wah.
Watch out, benefactor. A fair square hit.
Wheels. Looks like that works.
Slow down. This thing's turned back into a common paperweight?
Damn, they're all over the place here. Ow. Erg.
Benefactor. What's happening? You're making a lot of noise here. Why is that flower pot moving?
What's going on? What are these things?
Where did this miscellany all come from? Oh, what did I just step on?
It's a token.
Did this fall out of my benefactor's bag?
Yo, your students play Arknights as well? Nice. Big nice. Even better, you know, they should all cosplay Arknights characters during graduation. That'd be the best theme. Nothing. Ow. Gah. Mr. Nothing's so popular.
What are all of you charging at me for?
It's because you're so popular, Mr. Nothing. There's one more.
That one was narrow. Much thanks, benefactor.
Ow, ow, ow.
But what could possibly be happening? Could there possibly be even more scoundrels working against us?
I've got this feeling. I've seen these things somewhere before.
You're right. They practically seem an homage to Miss Dusk's ink spirits. Warg, were there still leftovers?
They're all coming at the charm Nyan gave to Lava. That settles it. They have to pretty much They have to be pretty much like ink spirits.
Liang Shun. Li. The cup got stolen? I was careless. It seemed to be a Beastmaster's tame beast that did it. Wasteland, long-snouted slumberfoots have a special organ in them. There's some kind of hypnotic substance they can secrete. But none of the sort live in Shangshu. Someone skilled, strong, and in command of beasts that put people to sleep? A fine accomplice if you're out to steal a cup. And the thief's not even with the inn people. You ascertained that much? You're not surprised at all. You figured it all out. You figured it out long before I could, I'm guessing.
Man, I really want you as a teacher, yo. I'll enroll into your university.
The look on your face tells me this one was definitely unexpected. Any immediate suspicions? I didn't tell anyone at all where the cup was hidden. I think you told someone else I had it on me. I did indeed say that. That's good then. But look at the study, completely neat and tidy, just missing that case you hid the cup in. So who can get into your study, and who could send someone to sticky finger the cup on such short notice? Don't tell me too much. I'm scared I'll get my feet caught in your bureaucratic vines. Do you need my help to bring the one behind that thief to light? Reclaiming the goblet should come first. Moreover, hunting that one down would be too hasty. Hey, little girl.
I have a name. You're so slow about everything. What did Mr. Liang say to you?
Some quite perplexing things, but absolutely not to do with your old man this time. Shh. Seems our Miss Du Yao Ye does like her father after all. You said how you were all for young against old, and how you didn't even want to take this job. But you've got other ideas too, don't you?
No talking about me for now. You know what's happening, so think how we can haul her back in quick.
Easy enough.
That Black Knight had real freak skills. You think it's so simple to get to her?
We're just in luck. The better the skills, the easier they take the bait. But what's important is, as a Rim Billetonian, how she chased her way into Shangshu, and who it is controlling her behind the scenes.
She's not from Lungmen?
I didn't hurry too fast from Lungmen to Shangshu. If she really was out tracking me down, she could have pulled things off at any messenger station. Why wait to move until I'm at the Liang estate? Not to mention, a Rim Billetonian wantonly raiding a Yan magistrate? Either she's an idiot, or someone's using her.
Huh? Doesn't that make her an idiot either way?
Not necessarily. People do act naive at times.
When?
When they want something from someone very badly.
And you're trying to tell me something?
You're imagining things.
Will Rhodes Island really do something just because you left that letter in your room?
We have a level of trust.
Do you know them that well? Miss Du, you should come to my Rhodes Island, you know? You can live in my base rent-free. Yeah, you can just live in the dormitory area. I won't even make you work.
Good people always know each other well.
His door's open. But where's Mr. Lee?
Benefactor, There's two letters here. It seems one's meant for us.
Let's see.
Benefactor, I admit, I've been holding in my curiosity. Just what kind of person is this Brother Lee?
He's a detective. Had dealings with Rhodes Island since a while ago. A while ago now. Well, mainly the kids from his agency have. Ooh, bonk. Heh, heh, heh. Heh, heh, heh. But little by little, him and us have gotten familiar.
I see. A detective. No wonder he's so meticulously minded. By his wardrobe, I would have guessed him to be some manner of Tianji, with a mild hand for originium arts. What did Brother Lee write then?
Says, read it for yourself.
Cup was taken. Find Master Shen at Ferry Crossing and... well, he really hasn't taken us for outsiders. Master Shen wouldn't be that boatman of some admittedly suspicious intrigue, no?
If we don't get this started properly, Rhodes Island can kiss goodbye to not getting involved. Better we listen to Mr. Lee for now. He predicted the situation get more complex, so that's why he didn't want us involved at the beginning. Does this really mean he saw this coming? How come you're out of things to say now? Really? We haven't run that far yet. And can you tell me how you know they're going to listen to your letter at all?
If I start telling a youngster like you, Miss Du, it'll be your fault when you get bored.
It's because Mr. Lee knows that I want to summon him, and that we'll follow him because I want to summon him. You love pretending you're so mature. That's why I hate all you kung fu nut jobs.
You've got the wrong idea here. You've got the wrong idea there. I run a licensed detective agency.
Does being the boss of one guarantee you're a detective? What? You're wasting all this effort just to find this goblet's owner, and nothing else? You swear?
Of course there's more. I want my own answers too.
You know, if what you say is true, couldn't that Black Knight bandit seriously just leave Shangshu?
A thief with knowledge of how Magistrate Liang's study is laid out? She must be somewhere nearby, off to meet her puppet master.
And on the cliff, and on the off chance she scrams?
If a Rimbiltonian can get out safely after stealing the magistrate's property, then someone wants her leaving. Or to put it another way around, she's going absolutely nowhere.
Guaranteed?
Not that guaranteed, actually. It'll just be a gamble.
Then we're too late then, aren't we?
If worst comes to worst, and she did scarper on us, then with your help, we'll just get her back.
Easy for you to say. How am I meant to know which way she went?
Well, if they've come prepared, then how do you find a single person in a Shangshu-sized haystack? Is one pair of eyes and one pair of legs going to do the trick for you, Miss Du?
Then what can... Wait.
It's not me who wants that lousy goblet either. Someone's stolen it? Brilliant. We'll go see just what fins those anglers are trying to fish it up with.
Did you already have guesses for who they are?
All I'll do is ask that you all take your seats.
Very rare you should call for me so early in the morning, my lord.
Miss Ning,
The camellias in the roadside garden have bloomed. Have you seen them?
you were the one who planted them.
Yes, much thanks to your tender care for them. You truly let your own garden run wild. 'Tis become a means for me to kill my time. I will sprinkle a few red plums next time then.
As you wish.
Why such agitation, my lord?
There's something I wish to consult you on, Miss Ning.
Well, will you say it? Since when could you no longer say things straight, Liang Xun?
It's to do with that friend of mine.
Do you not trust me?
I have always trusted you, Miss Ning.
Really? If so, why do you ask to confirm before you speak?
You are completely right.
Though I do not mind the walk to see you, 'twould not be just to ask me questions that you called for me, so rare that it is.
If I have displeased you, I humbly apologize.
Why the nervousness? Am I so frightening? Yesterday morning, I went to old Xiao's jewelers and had repairs on the bracelet you gave me. At noon, I went to Miss Wen's shop to pick furniture. I have long wanted a larger dining table. After, I went with Miss Wen to meet her husband at the dock. In the afternoon, we ate our meal at Chef Hu's, talked of everyday domestics. Finally, I went to Uncle Bai's, watched him teach his potter apprentices, and went on a stroll with him. Is there anything you still want to ask, my lord?
The bracelet I gave you was just an ordinary silver one. It's not of great worth.
Really? May I not like it if it is not of great worth?
I hear Uncle Bai has had a cold these last few days. He's admittedly getting on in years. He's at the point he should be minding his health.
He will. But Uncle Bai has been pottering in Shangshu for 10 years now. Every afternoon and for 6 hours, thunder could not move him. Wow, Uncle Bai is so dedicated to making pottery. Habits become nature, and there will be no exhorting him now.
You met all 5 of them throughout all of yesterday?
'Tis routine matters.
I understand now.
So, now you have finished questioning me, you shall next be heading out, my lord, shall you not?
It's almost daybreak.
'Tis early to be visiting the theater, no?
Not a suitable time indeed.
And you know my body is frail.
I will go and brew some tea, then you wait. Oh yes, Miss Ning. The book you borrowed yesterday from my study. Have you finished reading it?
It's day now.
But the snow still hasn't melted. I have something I need to ask you too.
What?
Do you see these little what's-its multiplying?
They're making babies, uh-oh. Ow. What is this?
If these things appear because of that goblet, then that means we've been on the right street.
They haven't followed me? I'm finding this too easy. Let's see this letter. That storyteller has seemingly changed profession. Pottery? Pottery what? Uh-oh, is it Uncle Bai? Where are you going? Who is that?
Why is that unaccounted for goblet in your grasp?
Gah. Oh? Gah. Wow. Gah. Gah? Oh, are they playing tag? The little ink spirit, the little teacup. Gah. Ow. So, you are here. And yes, being cultured is great. Good luck to them getting Ling. I'm hoping I can get another one of her. I do want Mr. Lee, though. Okay, 2 entrances, 1 exit. I got this. And I'm gonna stick with my usual because I have problems. Heh. Boop. And also, I'll be good. I'll drink water. You know, hydration good. Hydration important. Delicious watered. The breeze in the mountains is ever crisp and cool. And mornings as refreshing as these are always fine for settling muddy, murky matters. In a mountain-sat village, when kitchen smoke has just sprung up, the snow still unreceded in spring, one old and one young stand off against each other. The only sound, the single strike of a faraway gong.
You've kept me waiting.
Shh! Bloody lout. Light, stay cool for the moment.
I've seen you before. So it was you. Unexpected for sure. A Rimbilitonian silently lurking in Shangshu since the very beginning.
I can't understand you, sorry.
Humph.
Light. What?
A snare? You train these slumberfoots well. An ordinary woman would be headfirst in the ground by now.
He didn't just notice the snare behind him. He stepped on the rope without hesitation. Bastard.
Don't worry. I won't make this hard for you, girl. Do you know what the goblet you're holding is? It's not my concern or my interest. It's newbie bounty hunters that ask too many questions. Then you have only yourself to blame. Don't get so full of yourself. Helmet, drill.
Yo, the old man is really, really tough.
If you don't know what it is, then be wise and hand it over. Don't be used for nothing.
How dare you do that to Helmet? You ask for it.
A headless bolt.
One of your students managed to get Ling, Dusk, and Lee in a single temple? Yo, that person has the best luck. That is the ultimate luck. Man, I want that kind of luck someday. That is amazing luck. That is just top tier luck. Yo. He caught it barehanded at this distance, and I just changed the string on my crossbow. Wow, the old man is asserting his dominance. He steps on the snare, and he catches an arrow with his bare hand. Wow, Miss Do, your dad's kind of a badass. Wow.
Fine. Seeing as how you're unwilling to take my life, I'll give you one chance. Hand over the goblet to me, and then tell the one instructing you, tread carefully. Don't be selfish.
Humph. You know who hired me.
Whether I know or not doesn't matter. What matters is I can stop you, right here.
Why should I listen to you?
You have no choice. Maybe you can run, but you could never bear to see these beasts of yours meet a sorry fate.
You're threatening me?
You have skill, but aside from your crossbow, you've got nothing in a fight. You can pull out before you're in too deep. You need a good eye and the right people if you want to survive here.
True. They never told me someone as capable as you would get in the way.
If I had someone to do something dangerous for me, I wouldn't give them the whole picture either. It's just a job for you, stranger. Why stake your life on it? Give the cup to me, and I vow on the escort's name that whatever they're paying you, we'll double it.
Huh. I was taking a loss anyway, with all my volunteer work. Call this a favor for a friend.
A friend. So even you bandits of the wild, don't mind a sacrifice for a friend.
Sounds like you got something against us.
No, not at all. The longer you do business, the more fine people you meet, the less friends you end up with.
Then be smart and go back to your business.
Yes, business is always easiest done in the mountains. 3 mounts, 17 peaks, hundreds of passes. Is there any road without a tea house and station for travelers to rest their feet? Is there any road without our people? I hope you see clear now, girl.
You really don't think anything of me. A direct confrontation might not be my style, but you've pissed me off just far enough. Isn't that right, my darlings? Rimbiltonian. The old Todger wants to have a go, so let's give him a go. We've been around the paddock a few times. We're no strangers.
Some just refuse to learn. If that's your answer, then you'll pay the...
Even if a third party was stood there watching, they wouldn't have a clue just how the coming step came to a land. Simply put, the man is adept in walking passes, in climbing mountains. The steps he lifts and places day after day are truly too many to count. In one clean noise, clay bricks shatter in the ground. Before him, dust drifts down. By his gaze is a simple, common bamboo wood carrying pole. His gaze itself, faint rage. Far away, the gong strikes again. How? Where do you come from? Wait, light, come down, and drill. Back to me.
It's you.
Yo, it's Mr. Shang, asserting his dominance.
You finally came to the mountains, so I came to find you. What comes will come. Nothing's unavoidable forever. Is there a need to be so hasty? Hey, miss.
Are you talking to me? His movement... Is that wooden stick one of their carrying poles? What did he do just now to shatter bricks made of stone?
Do you know him?
No.
Then there's some problem between you. I only see you between us. You're right, I'm your problem then. When I'm done here, I'll come see you, but not now. Miss, does this relate to the item in your hands? It does. This is personal business, and major at that. Stay out of it. How major? The safety of the nation is at stake, life and death. Since that rainy night those years ago, I rarely heard you use such a tone. I see. How could you be the villain here? What a chivalrous swordsman. What a dutiful innkeeper. Then get out of the way. But I know just who you are, and that's why you'll never see me. And if you won't, then it changes nothing if I find you. That's why I never came down from the mountains. So, if... Hey, you! Give that back! It was 10 years. 10 years ago, you watched as my son died, so you could protect this goblet. Shang Zong. Miss, this has nothing to do with you now. You steal my things while I'm not looking, and then tell me it's not my business? This was never yours.
Wow, Mr. Shang is truly asserting his dominance, yo. No, thank you, thank you. Wow, Mr. Shang, he really is cool.
Shang Zong, have you lost it? You're free to go now. Shang Zong, leave. Grr. Mark my words, you two. I'll be back for it. Zhang Qingyue, where's your blade? At home. I see, at home. That rainy night, in the escort, over a dozen lost their lives. There was a boy among them, and a father. The boy was a Shang, my boy. The father was a Du Yaoye's father. That's why you don't carry your blade. What a tremendous joke. You still hate me to this day. I don't hate you. I know you didn't mean to. The blame lies with you, but no fault. Save the goods, then the men. Yet the goods are gone now, and so are the men. Am I still not allowed to condemn you? I must ask you give justification, or else I cannot live on. I will. Give me the goblet. Do you know what it entails? No. He died for this cup then. I'll bury it beside him today. I'll be waiting atop the mountain for you to fetch your blade.
Yo, these two old men are super powerful. I want to see them fight. Super overpowered old guys. They're gonna have like the best battle. Master Shen.
What brought you over here? I was about to look for you at Liang's. Where's young Li?
The goblet got stolen. Mr. Li sent us to fetch you. Did he tell you anything about this?
He asked you to come get me, but not to first find Mr. Liang. To be clear, you came from the Liang residence?
Yeah.
The fact that he didn't send you to find Liang Shun means deep down he already knows. Gifted, how truly gifted. You're back, Uncle? How are things? In regards to her, thoughtful of etiquette, true as can be. If she was so ready to display etiquette, that shows there's still room for mediation. This is regarding how she acts, or what intentions she harbors. Master Tai's instructions lie here, and they can't be false. She's clever. Since I visited in an official's capacity, she should have realized to some extent. Very well. Both sides are now strained to the breaking point. We stand on a hair trigger. We can only resolve this incident before we draw even more dispute.
If we really do want everyone to trust that our methods can forever rid Yon of the sword hanging over her head, then we naturally must obey those magic words. Frank and forthright. That's the magic words? Frank and forthright. Let's see how this fight goes. I got this, I got this. I'm gonna believe. Oh, this is an annoying setup. I don't like this setup. Ew. I mean, no offense, but ew. I don't like it. And I'll put her here. This is good for now. Never mind. I mean, maybe. No, not good enough for now. I'm getting ready to put other people too. I'm just thinking. I gotta use my brain. Put her here. Okay. Yeah, at least it funnels into one path. True, true. What is that? The Celadon T-Ware. Oh no, this is gonna be an annoying one, huh? Ew. Just ew. I should probably bring out a healer. Bring out a healer would be smart. Oh, it damages so much, actually. Oof. Let's see. Okay, this is pretty good so far. I'll put her here. Heh. Yes, I did get Dusk. Surprisingly. I didn't actually expect to get her. And let's see, who do I want to put here? Let me just put in my wonderful Mudrock, because Mudrock and I are... No. I mean, we're besties and all, but... I'm gonna put in my girl, my Dorito, even though she's not a Dorito right now. And I should put people here too, just in case, that'd be smart. Last line of defense and all, Oop. Okay, this is pretty decent. I got this. Just in case people come up here. Heh. Yeah, this is fine. This is not fine. Never mind, I lied. This is not fine at all. Oops. This is fine, and she just goes poof. I need another person to help out for healing. Just for desperate measures for now. Oh, fear. Big fear. That was rather terrifying, actually. Okay, that's the last one. That's fine. Look at it, just slowly walking by that teacup. Fear. Fear.
1 noon tea. Alright, take a seat, Master Shang. Why so late to work today? Met an old acquaintance in the morning. Which acquaintance? Lungmanite. Fine day. Fancy meeting you again, Master. What? Still looking for that pavilion? You helped me considerably by narrowing things down, but I'm still meant to find a person, and not just a pavilion. So there's yet more to do. Is that your sweetheart sitting over there?
What?
Ahem, no. I'm not that brave.
I like how he assumed they were a couple.
Oh, your daughter then?
I like how it went from sweetheart to daughter.
I hardly seem the fathering kind, don't I?
How old is Mr. Lee?
That's true.
Hey, what did you just say? Me and that lug midnight. Come on, are what? Yeah, me and that lug midnight con man are what?
A man and woman going up the mountains at this hour, in early spring. Nothing else to do, probably. Master Shang, your noon tea. Thank you.
Noon tea?
Not sure if it's noon yet. Every Shangshu pole carrier gets 2 free servings of tea in the mountain tea houses, a noon tea in the morning, a sunset tea in the afternoon, each with some small sides. The taste of a free tea is always fine.
Yeah, free stuff tastes the best, you know? Premium is premium.
It's tea, nothing more. But it's in the mountains, see? Mountain tea is always a bit more expensive. And if it's complimentary, you've made out like a bandit. You manage your books you manage your books well. Are the shopkeepers really that kind, though? Is it all out of benevolence?
The authorities subsidize it, duh.
And how'd you know?
My home happens to be a food service establishment too. Of course I've got some idea.
I see. Are you close with the Shangshu authorities?
Have been since Mr. Liang took up office. The last few Shangshu governors were about construction, civil projects, developing the mountains and forests, not just recovering the city from all its troubles, but breathing even more life into it. Maybe Governor Liang Xun thought the city was renewed enough when he came in because his agenda was peace and love for the citizens instead. Whatever you think of this, you've seen nothing yet.
You're wise for your young age.
My dad does business. It's all just osmosis.
You have a fine father. I finished my tea. I should be on my way now. See you again, Master Shang. See you again.
Yeah, fine father, huh? Hey, Lee, what's he doing with the goblet?
Not sure, but he's got no motive to hide. Hanging it off his belt for anyone to see, it's like...
He's asking for someone to come at him?
Ignore it. Let's have some tea ourselves, and see how this plays out. Waiter, 2 pots of tea, and 2 of the shredded meat noodles.
Oh man, I'm hungry now. I want some shredded meat noodles. Yo, I want that. I'll make myself tea tonight when I have my steamed barracuda. I'm not having anything.
I'll be eating them both. Your 2 pots of tea, sir. The noodles will be a bit longer. We're busy today. Thank you.
Ow?
Why follow us all the way here?
Poof, ow. Hey Lee, I'm going to ask you something, and you can't laugh. Did that teapot just move by itself? Ooh, hello, what did you miss? So welcome back, first of all. Well, you missed Mr. Teahouse Assistant. Or not just Teahouse Assistant. Mr. Shang. Guys asking if Lee and Miss Du are dating, or if Miss Du is his daughter. Which I think is hilarious how it went from, are you dating, to, are you her father? Like, that difference, yo.
Shredded meat noodles. Whoa. Mind it, sir. I'm carrying your noodles here.
Ow?
What the hell is this? Careful.
I want some shredded meat noodles. That sounds delicious. Huh? Hey, are you okay there? The stuff in the kitchen, the cloth and the brushwork, they're all jumping out. Yeah, what is that?
Fire. Fire. This monster's on fire. They're charging at us.
Hey Lee, tell me what the hell's going on.
So the rumors about that goblet are true. There's too many people in here. Let's move.
But the noodles. The noodles.
How do we reach young Lee?
He told us in the letter he left. After we meet up, we find him at the summit of Chujiang Peak. If he's not there yet, we wait until sundown.
Good. We'll stick to it. We can't let the goblet fall into anyone else's hands. Benefactor, how should we respond to those ink spirit-esque manifestations from earlier?
Chances are it's linked to the cup. We'll rendezvous with Mr. Lee first. Oh. Oh.
Benefactor, would you say they're, proliferated? What breed of beast is this? Why have they been everywhere for the last 2 days?
We've been surrounded, haven't we? Oh.
Oh, you're feisty ones. There's no other way. Benefactor, you and Master Shen take your leave for now, and I'll handle these miscreants.
You alright with that?
They act more or less as the ink spirits do. Reason says I should cope.
Master Shen, this way. Great job, Mr. Nothing, taking one for the team. What troubles you? You seem so ill at ease.
Nothing.
Your brows always wrinkle when you worry for people.
Do they?
They do. Who garners such concern from you, my lord?
I'm worried for that friend of mine.
What has become of him?
He's gotten into a gamble.
One you asked him to take.
True.
Are you now remorseful?
I still believe this was the best option. I'm simply not sure.
You are very clever, my lord.
I wouldn't claim to be. I just chose a stupid method.
Is every beast in Neon like this? Oh?
Lights?
Oh, don't worry. I'm happy as long as I have you all with me.
Still though. Drill, keep a hold on it, now!
Completely union these beasts. You might just make for some unexpected traps. Yo, she's taming them.
Dear me, what's going on? Did I offend some horror? In recent times, why are my days filled with contesting these menageries of creatures? Oh?
Row.
On closer inspection, these things are...
Urgh.
Damned! Close call. Are you hurt, sir? You must be, from the other day. Don't ask.
No need to be so cold, Uncle Taihei.
Would you know where these things are from? Wherever the goblet goes, where geese spring up. Ironically, it's proving the Sui regulator's conjectures. Does this mean... Mind your words, young man. As you instruct, Uncle Taihei.
Row. Rrr.
These sprites, weregeese, are they scared of these two? No. Is it specifically the boy that cowers them?
Yo, he's asserting his dominance. He can just instill fear within their souls.
Take a look at these weregeese. How many incidents like this have we had? 1025. Had a full 60 years ago, with several more still. While we have wrongdoers wreaking havoc with originium arts on occasion, things really don't come any better than this. But Sui in the end is Sui, and a beast in the end is a beast. If your people carry intent to harm the realm, then heaven knows how great the disaster will be.
Oh.
The Sui regulator has no desire to see such things come to pass. Which is why we need to settle this millennium-long mess swiftly and cleanly. No more than detritus. Those things reverted back into common wares. Mr. Nothing. Please convey this to Miss Cruz for me. I want her to reconsider what I've said. We can be on good terms regardless. Even if she should ultimately have her own considerations, my side still has a matter it wishes to entrust to Rhodes Island, irrespective of position. I can assent to passing it on, but why didn't you convey this to her yourself when the moment was ripe? Haha, well, at the moment. I was a little tensed up. I didn't get everything out. Lord Zuo. Well then, it seems we can't delay any longer. Mr. Nothing, we bid you farewell. Seems tense. So a young nobleman who scampers about with a deputy imperial censor in tow has a case of the nerves?
Cruz is just built different that way. That's why, Mr. Nothing, you should understand, yo. And I'll do one more, then I can eat food. Heh heh heh. I can't wait to have some delicious fish. Okay, one entrance. I mean, 3 entrances, 1 exit. Oof. Well, this might be a pain. I mean, I'll see. When in doubt, thorns out. I also need more LMD. I'm gonna farm more too, because I need that LMD. Then I can raise people more. Poor Dusk went poof. In 1 or 2 more branches' time, the color of dusk will paint the day. These are the 3 mounts and 17 peaks. Though which mount this is, or which peak, is still a mystery. The only thing known is that a pavilion sits atop, Shangshu's scenery, both past and present, visible from within, beauty unparalleled. Oh, that's gonna be a cute picture. Everyone being happy on pizza and getting epic summons. Yet regrettably, this pavilion is currently deserted. And so no one is there to see it. And on that note, people have come. Well, here's the place. What? That depressed about meeting her? She gets on my nerves. She's not gonna bug you. That's why she gets on my nerves. She's our big sister, either way. Let's straighten up. She's not even here. Nope, she isn't. Why not? With all the fuss down below, taking cover up here in the ranges does kind of smell like her style. How come when I hide, you call me a recluse, but when she does it, you're like this? Hey, it's not like she's always trying to hide. She's just tipsy and worn out, looking for a nice crag splitting in drifting clouds to lie on, knocking out for a moment. That's not so bad. Grr, this is discrimination. Pull the other one. I just hope she doesn't cause any trouble for us. She's always half drunk, half asleep, half awake. It's those people who will come give us trouble. Yeah, real nice how she can sleep through this. Is she even able to? Say, what you think she dreams of? I don't know. Don't ask me. Heaven knows where her mind wanders. She'll come back on her own once she's bored in any case. I hear this peak's apparently meant to be wrecked. Wonder how hard Cruz and the nothing guy'll have to work finding the summit at all.
Sir, what do you have there? What comes will come, trouble and all. You bumped into Shang? Yes, he stole the cup. That bastard! How does one man be so single-minded? Leave it. This whole thing is a mess. Heh. Good swords always keep the rust away. Been years since I saw you draw it, sir. Blades are ruthless things. Best put to use slicing melons and chopping greens. But if I want my business handed smoothly over to my darling Ye, then I have to settle things with Shang Zong eventually. Old Shang might be muddled in the head, but he's not the good for nothing. Who'd harass the miss about paying her father's debts. Sir, you still won't step over that final line, will you? What kind of person could? One storm, two lives. It was my mistake that let his son die. He has a grudge against me I can't argue with. I know more than anyone how he's felt all these years. Sir, relax. I'll get the cup back at the very least. If I don't, I won't have anything to report.
Master Shen, isn't there a way up? Isn't there any way to get up the mountains a little quicker?
In a sense. But for people who've never taken the mountain passes before, it might be.
You're fine, I'm used to this.
Alright then, this way.
Oh. Gah, what's the deal with these things? Hey, Lee. I'm fighting for you here. Is this any place to space out?
I'm fine. But
pull it together. I don't know why these things keep mobbing us, but we lost the Black Knight Lady. We've lost the Black Knight Lady and the pole carrier by now. Why aren't you, I don't know, hurrying it up?
No rush now, no rush. When I accept a friend's request, I see it through. It's just, we need to find a favorable pavilion near very favorable water for it. Huff! At such a young age, her agility is nearly unimaginable. Such a steep pass, and you're not even gasping for air yet. Have you been crossing mountains all your life?
Only got into the habit the last couple of years. And I'm Rim Billiton born. Might not be quite the Yan style, but it's a life on the wilder side anyhow.
I see. The passes around these summits are all hard to traverse. They always said in olden times that shoes paths tried you. People argue which ones it meant, but it's all of them in truth.
Master Shen, do you think there's a reason Mr. Lee told us to find him at Chujiang Peak?
When he was looking into the goblet's origins for Mr. Liang, the place he said he'd head for was Chujiang Peak. And he asked for Zuanjiang Peak. Only a few locals know that old name. The authorities changed it, however, many years ago. I was baffled how he even knew it.
Maybe Mr. Lee found some kind of lead on it.
He did have a lead. He said he dreamt of it. I assumed he was hiding something, using that reason to parry me, so I didn't follow up. If he really did see it in his dreams, then that's all more curious. Chujiang Peak is a high and treacherous one. It gets the least tourists. It's all the more peaceful here, compared to the well-inhabited Nini Peak, with its gentle flat paths. or Shuzo Peak, covered with old theater byways. You've seen a few small villages, buildings left, are all left over from long, long ago. Though,
Is there some other hint?
though, when Chujiang Peak was still called Zuanjiang Peak, atop this region of mountains, there was actually another peak. It was Zuanjiang together were called the twin peaks high as the sun, the two most majestic prominences in the 3 mounts and 18 peaks. And this peak had countless cliffs, the steepest parts almost vertical, like a stone sword against the heavens when you looked from afar. It was a magnificent sight. If you watched from any other peak at sunset, it was as if the sun fell straight on it, as if someone ran it through by their blade. Sadly, later there was a massive catastrophe, like fire and storm linking hands, and the terrain around here was scarred well. Most of that sword-like peak collapsed and crumbled. That was 30 years ago now. You can pull aside any Shang Shuite on the street, and at least some age, and they could tell you clear and cleanly of the marvel of those black clouds weighing on the city. I regret I wasn't eking my life on the river yet then. I never got to see with my own eyes.
A catastrophe. And Shang Shuite said, call it a marvel?
It is a strange thing. It came without the slightest warning. By the time the Imperial astronomers got the warning, how telling the villagers nearby to evacuate, it was already barely manageable. There should have been no escape from it. But ultimately, thunder clapped and the storm faded, and apart from a few lightly battered houses, all the residences in the mountain suffered not a single bit of damage, and not one person was afflicted. That was the first wonder. Afterwards, the Tumutianchi came to inspect the altered mountain terrain. Normally, with a wondrous peak collapsing like that, there should be visible traces left. But apart from half of the rocky hilt left next to Chujiang Peak, not a single chunk of boulder or sign of the landslide was found. That was the second wonder. What caused any of that, nobody knows. There's just some wild rumors, barely worth trusting.
Never thought something like that happened in Shangshu before.
Yan's history and its legends have always blended together. Like how some rumors say Shangshu's birth was to do with the land and ancient people's dreams. The factual matter of things is beyond anyone's research powers now.
Hello again, well-fried. The peaks that disappeared. What was its name?
The Sunseeker. Shunri Peak. But Yan's development has flown by. I fear to the younger generation, things that happened 30 years ago wouldn't be worth the time, being so far in the past.
Stay still. Who's that? Rimbiltonian.
Stone the flamin' foul beasts. Light. Keep it from buggering off.
Ow. Rimbiltonian.
You just settle down, love. Is she trying to catch that thing?
Seems like it.
Rimbiltonian, crikey. Just like that. Keep it bound tight. Eyes glued to it.
Rimbiltonian. You a Rimbilly then? Rimbiltonian. Now quit mucking about. We're only... Rimbiltonian.
You wouldn't be your niece, just looking at ya.
Ow. Rimbiltonian.
Oi, help us out, Herg. Hey, take a squiz at this and let me know what kind of animal this is.
Rimbiltonian. It's some Originium Arts creation type. Rimbiltonian. I like how it has to keep saying that they're talking in Rimbiltonian.
Originium arts? Like those stunts the Lathanian Lord boys pull? You revving my cylinder. Had me thinking it was some yon critter I could tame.
Rimbiltonian.
Which gala went and made these things up? Light. Just let it go. It's as useful as an ashtray on a bike.
Rimbiltonian. We're looking for the owner too. What do you reckon? Rimbiltonian. Rimbiltonian. You a messenger's guard? Bounty hunter? Rimbiltonian. No sense in shooting a hound if it's gone to the neighbor's paddock. Wanna work together on this? Rimbiltonian.
I don't know you from Bruce, mate. So don't think I'm gonna trust ya.
Rimbiltonian. A Billy, though. Rimbiltonian.
Not every one of them's so nice.
Rimbiltonian. That's a dead shame then. Rimbiltonian.
But getting to meet a Biltonian out here's still got me gobsmacked.
Rimbiltonian.
Guru. See you around like a boomerang, courteous.
I wonder what the boatman was thinking. He's probably like, what are they saying? What is she doing?
Your countrymen?
Suppose so. Can't shake this dodgy feeling. However, how far to the summit? Yeah, how far left to the summit, Master Shan?
A road this wide, and you two can't move aside? Tough. What does a Mandarin want with me? Master Shang, do you have any idea what that thing on your belt is? Is it yours? Yes and no, but we hope you'll hand it to us. How do you know me? We've heard some rumors. Oh, what did Zheng Qingyue tell you? If your first reaction is to think of Sir Zhang, then presumably you know where we came from? The Sui Regulator's candle holders. But you're so young. You're one I've never met before. If you're aware of our rank, why don't you give up the cup? Me and Zhang Qingyue need to settle things. But it seems like those things and the item at your waist are unrelated. My son died for this goblet. How could this be unrelated? Fine ability for one so young. These animals almost seem to fear you. We ask only for your cooperation. What if I say no? Will you rob me in the open? I imagine you'll find absolutely no purpose in this cup. But to we of the Sui Regulator, the cup has tremendous use. What use? Bait. For what? Those who bring ruin to the nation and its people. Yon has known peace for centuries. Where did criminals like those come from? That's a need to know. However, we ask you to believe us, entrust the goblet to us, and you'll have done a justice great as the heavens. Ha, a justice. For someone of my sort, it'd mean too little, and be more than I deserve.
Bunk. He he he.
Move aside. I fear that's not for you to decide, Master Shang. This goblet is to be buried with my son. Zheng Qingyue must come in person. Otherwise, keep shut. I'll wait for him at the Field of Forgotten Water on Chujiang Peak. Ingrate. A staff fighter? Oh good. Strong might. You have some force, old bull. Lord Zuo, this man hides his talents. No good lies in him. Get the goods for anything. Don't let him keep you. Did you ever hear from Zheng Qingyue the words I hate most? Don't fool with us. There's save the goods, then the men.
Yo, I'm rooting for Mr. Shang, you know? I'm rooting for him. I really am rooting for him. I want him to win. I believe in him. Oh shoot, how do I want to do this? Well, if some of them are gonna assert their dominance and try to come this way, I'm gonna do this way, you know? As one do. Ha! Ha! Sobs. I feel some fear. Not a lot of fear. Just the tiniest bit. Okay. Oh no, there's getting more and more. Uh-oh. I use him first. And then... there. And then there. And then there. Okay. And yeah, because I feel some fear, let me just put her here. Now, you know, she might go poof, but it's okay. No, it's not okay. It's never okay. It's never okay if they go poof. Can you reach from here? Yes, she can. There, just in case, a little bit of healing's always nice, you know? Oh no, it's a big guy. Uh-oh, this is gonna hurt. I mean, this is fine. Look at this. And just in case, I'm gonna put Mudrock here to assert her dominance, as one does when you're Mudrock. Okay, let me put here. This is potentially fine. Oh no, it's a scary one. You know, let me just put here. I feel some fear. Let's see how this goes. Just the slightest bit of fear. Okay. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. It's just floating by menacingly because it can only be attacked by arts, right? Arts and chew damage. Big pain. Oof, look at them floating. Floating so menacingly. Phew. Yeah, I don't even have La Pluma raised.
You haven't seen the innkeep anywhere? No. Weird. He's not at any other... Yeah, he's not at any other of the places too. Did he finally figure to retire and kick back at home? If only. What's up, Liu Bud? Something got you down? I'm totally fine. Why do you ask?
I want to see the old men fight.
Your abilities... soil and stone arts? Precisely. For all your martial talent, you're a shameful fool to not apply it for good. Tying my hands with your sand, cracking my pole. What freak fighting style is that? Your pole only lightly splitting against me makes it the strange one here. From whence did it come? I only use ordinary young bamboo poles. Then my style of engagement must completely lack rigor. What's your name? Taihei. Fine name, incredible. It's lucky I could do battle with someone like you at the very end. You're Mandarin, aren't you? Tell me, what are you planning here with the goblet? Peace and prosperity in the realm for the ages to come. Haha, that's a grand statement.
Ooh, hello, hello. Hello back. Heh. Heh, heh, heh. What do you miss? A bunch of fighting between old men? You know, old men asserting their dominance against each other?
But sadly, I still can't give this to you. You've got nowhere to run. So you say. You dare flee?
The pole carrier leaps one step backwards. In 10 years scaling the mountains, this is one step among hundreds of thousands. Free as a kite that breaks from its string, he rises as the wind does.
A hidden technique? You won't catch me in the mountains. Taihei, tell that boy, the field of forgotten water at the crest of Chujiang Peak. Don't forget.
I like how he's just asserting his dominance. I'm just assuming he's saying that while jumping backwards, maybe doing a few backflips as he does. Yo, Mr. Shang truly is asserting his dominance here. I love it.
Uncle Taihei, you couldn't catch him?
Ooh, thank you.
It would be simple if I chased him with full vigor, but he's using the goblet as a threat, forcing Innkeeper Zhang to meet with him. In the field of forgotten water at the crest, the two will meet, and one must die. Is there no leeway? I learned its root from our fight just now. There is none whatsoever. The field of forgotten water, was it? We need to seize the opportunity. We're lucky we didn't clash with that pole carrier any. Seeing his moves reminds me of the last I ever saw, Huai Tianpei, 10 whole years ago. I assume you recognize those two there?
I told you how my dad's on secret orders from the royal court. Those two are their officials.
Do you know who they are exactly?
The giant lunk in the front's a big shot from the Department of Discipline and Supervision. That's all I know.
I see the picture then. I'm not keen on troubling Rhodes Island any, but it looks like we'll need to borrow their power after all. This does put a knot in things though.
What?
I didn't hear what they were saying, but judging by the direction they hurried away, they're off to the summit. And I'm appointed to meet Rhodes Island at that very summit. Who ever knew the venue turned out quite like this?
Oh yes, all the coincidences, right? So do we ambush them at the summit first?
Let's not. They're all fine fighters. We'd be asking for trouble.
Well, what do we do then? Wait, quick, hide in here. Don't poke your head out.
Oh. The innkeeper?
What's Dad doing here? And
you look ghastly pale.
Is he carrying his blade there? No, it's been so many years. He's never taking it out. He's
a sword fighter, is he?
He used to be.
Then it seems he revived the trend. That's not encouraging. Go. The closer to the peak, the narrower the road. Nearly there now.
Is this the final path?
The very last one. Beyond this village, a small ways west, you'll see a long, long stone stairway. Past its top is the field of forgotten water.
Hmm? Well, there's a fine coincidence meeting you all here.
Very much a happenstance.
What are you two after?
The goblet.
At the summit?
There's no point in hiding it now, yes. And someone unaccounted for has it.
Just what in the world is that cup?
If I told you, would you assist us in taking it back, Miss Cruz?
There's a lot more to your goals than just taking it back. You obviously want to use it for something. And my guess is your goal happens to be the same as Mr. Lee's. You're all wanting to find its master. So why go to all the trouble?
Are you asking us, Miss Cruz? Or interrogating us?
I'm no interrogator here.
This goblet was made by the hands of a great offender.
Offender?
The offense wide as the heavens. Court classified. Don't look into it.
But you want to use this heaven-wide sinner's work to do something that involves Rhodes Island's operators. How am I meant to help out if you don't tell me?
My benefactor is quite right. Though we may be of different standings, there's never any sense in withholding the details when you entrust affairs to people. The proverb puts it well, another's heart is hard to know. Treat each other with candor and get the matter resolved.
Here I was worried you'd gotten lost.
Ha ha ha. An informed, concerned benefactor. You treat them as your operators.
We do.
The youth falls silent.
The youngest of the Sui Regulator's candle holders, he must weigh the pros and cons and make his choices. It wouldn't be any starting revelation. But he doesn't want any slip-ups made here.
A fearsome beast dwells in this goblet. It's only a portion of his consciousness, of course. Lord Zuo, I'm within my rights. If any ensuing liability falls on the Sui Regulator, you needn't have mercy, Uncle Taihei. Apply the legal proceedings.
Dwells?
Contemporary Furan mutologists are the consensus that, aside from some form of corporealized body, walking inland beyond land, this ancient colossus also has means to dwell within certain objects. The ancient literary saying, "The beast walks with the generous earth," actually gives some pointer as to these creatures' characteristics.
Does any old object work?
Weapons are fairly common, whether it's ancient Sarkaz swords or modern, mass-produced staves. We have precedent. But as for the concrete principle, we're still not sure.
Same goes for the goblet then.
Wherever it goes, where geese spring up, we can't say we're certain yet, but we have grounds to suspect it. The cup is alive, yet it hasn't come to life. The objects around it are all dead, yet live because of it. It's been adrift for a long time. It's by a random chance we were able to determine its location.
So now you're out looking for that offender?
No. I said, just now, its maker was guilty, but its present master is someone else entirely.
And just who is it?
A poet.
A poet? My lord.
Miss Ning.
The wind is high today. The sun is setting early.
Early but not so. The time came before I could notice.
How long has it been since you last climbed the mountain? In antique times, the mountain chains of Shangshu were above human might. Shu's paths try, as climbing atop the heavens.
It's different nowadays.
Yet for what difference tolls, some matters still remain constant. Nowhere in the 3 mounts and 17 peaks may it be found. Will you still search, my lord?
I need to.
You would balk at nothing, deceive me, deceive us all for this need?
I need to find it.
Why? Surely you're aware that, and justified thousandfold, to impinge is still to impinge, and to contravene is still to contravene. Surely you know that you should err once. Not only do you forfeit the future, but you bear the brunt of the guilt. Surely you understand. I am willing to hear what you say.
I understand that. It's all the more reason I cannot tell you.
Why?
Because I serve as a city magistrate, I account for that single city's safety and life, be it brick or tile or stove or kitchen. So long as the slightest harm comes to it, it is my failure and duty. As those that tower above me disagree, all I may do is try my hardest.
When we first met in Shangshu, in my early years, I saw that past your occasional obstinacy. You were principled and upright, a vitality whole. I have been staunch in my trust that we should work as one. 'Twould be no trouble we could not surmount. Yet in this moment, I cannot help but be somewhat disappointed.
These words, are they words of warning from my friend Miss Ning to me, or as a supervisory pressuring from the imperial envoy of vice second rank, the assistant minister of rights, Ning Kichiu, to me?
Oof, he's gonna be left in the dark for this. Because I want food. You know, eating dinner at this time is good. Yeah, 11 p.m. dinner is like a healthy time to eat. But yeah, you wanna see how much I got for the store? Actually, I'm gonna get these first, and then I can show you the store, how much I bought so far. Wait, look at all this canned tea. Man, I want some tea now. Maybe I'll make some ginger tea to go with the steamed fish. I think that'd be tasty. Or maybe I'll just make some regular green tea. I would make goddess tea, but nah, too much work right now. Look, I got my cruise. Though the first time hired thingy is just hiding her name though. Look at it. But yeah, I got her. Heh heh heh. Heh heh heh. And now time to stare at the store real quick. Ooh, you're finally home. I hope you have a nice time relaxing. And wait a second. Okay, there. I bought all of the Xingyu specialties. I got the headhunting permit, of course. I'm slowly buying out the LMD. You know, this is my priority because Dr. Misaki is kind of poor. The food has been cooked for a while. It's been cooked for a long time, like when my dad came in my room. How many hours ago? But yeah, it's fine. I can get my food. I'm assuming that there's some left for me. It's probably cold by now, but I can just microwave it. Or if it's on the stove, I can probably warm it up there. Oi! Oi, bot! I'm gonna bonk you. And then I'll be good. I'll buy one of Cruce's tokens. Boop. There. There, that's pretty good. But man, why is there so many bots tonight? Man, why does it have to be all bots? And those bots specifically. Grr. Grr. But yeah, I will have a 11:05 p.m. dinner. Hopefully there's some left. If there's no steamed fish yet, I can just make some instant noodles. I'll have instant udon. Or pasta. I have pasta noodles. I can just make it and then make a simple sauce with it. Worst case scenario for dinner. But yeah, I'm hungry. I want my steamed fish. So thank you everyone for stopping by the stream. I hope everyone has a great rest of their day and epic gacha luck. I need my sustenance. I need some foods. So see you later. Bye bye. I wonder how the steamed barracuda will taste. I hope it's delicious. I'm assuming it's gonna be tasty. If it's not, oof. I'll still eat it for the sustenance.